イエスサー、ハブサムファン&ゲットイット団。
Hey, then, welcome to another edition of the interview series, but I can't say that this is just another edition. I would say that this this type of conversation with you, Shane, is really what is driving the motive behind this interview series and the ability to sort of like touch base with where the conversation is currently and even just being able to progressively layer upon it as opposed to just being like totally dissociated and we're just having an interview and then we're just going about our own lives telling ourselves whatever story we want to tell ourselves to justify
Yeah,
whatever
sort
the
of
hell we're doing.
digging deeper than that, and that's definitely the types of conversations I've been looking forward to having within the art community here in Austin, and you being able to stumble upon this community here has been a blessing in a way, like a spiritual blessing, more so, and it's like already the amount of people you've connected with, me included, in terms of like carrying this conversation into like the deeper meaning of life and how we can all collaborate as creators together.
Amen, man. Well said.
Thank
and I'll
you.
take that. I'll take that as a compliment.
No, it definitely 100% is, dude. Yeah. So I know with like you being an artist yourself, like when you like I feel like I'm interviewing you now, my bad, but
I mean, it's just really the format of it, you know. So like, however you even want to just begin, and we'll get to the questions eventually. But I think it's really important to give more of a texture to,
like a foundation to build off of.
yeah, and just again, like just setting it in motion of just like this style of communication and this style of interaction, and really leaning into any how can we be fluid and flexible but also within a structured approach to how things are going to look,
Yeah.
you know.
Mm-hmm. No, like great points you made there. Just kind of like being able to get rid, try to stray away from like the disassociative side of like how a lot of normal conversations can be, especially just like in your everyday life. Like there's so many surface level conversations kind of that are had because everyone, like almost everyone, in my opinion, I feel like is dulled or kind of like maimed in the sense of like we have all this like great like social potential of like being able to connect with others, but we've been kind of hindered by so many other aspects in society that kind of hold us down, whether that be trauma or like just really bad relationships, regard whether that's a romantic partner or with your family. Like there's a lot of like these weighing down factors that have definitely created this sense of weightedness with how people connect with each other nowadays.
Yes, it's almost a it's written within its own fabric of being a contradiction because everybody's wanting change, but then they're wanting to have the presentation of civility, um, while also knowing that it's like manufactured and it's theatrical and like it maintains a superficiality.
Mm-hmm.
Even talking about a lot of things is just from these like broad scale perspectives that like have zero approach, and it's still just like darn, yeah, what are we gonna do? And it's like
Yeah.
to get a job. You
Yeah.
know, it's like Jesus. You know, like what does it look like? What does it look like within our communities, and who are the people that like don't want to play the same patterns of like, okay, I guess we got to be the saviors. I guess we got to be the martyrs now. You know, it's just like, okay, well,
Yeah, no, really, yeah, well said on that regard because like it's like kind of going back to like what I was saying about the weightedness of it all, like it's also it's layers, right? Like you got that layer, then another layer is kind of the pressures and tensions we have within society between just different groups of people and with different ideologies, and it's just like we came to this point where there is so much aggression and friction between one another to where it's coming to this point of like barbarism in a sense, and like I feel like that was intentional from just kind of like the powers that be up, like Big Brother, whatever like authority, whatever you want to call it in terms of like the authority that's above us, you know.
Yeah, it's just it's very obvious that it's a psychopathic design in which access is limited for resource and knowledge, and then people are kept in contemptuous conditions where the only natural response is to be anxious and frustrated and angry, and then of course like the only access to interactions with other humans are with other people that are suffering of a similar degree, and the people that are making these decisions are maintained within a caste out that is set above and beyond access of these people. So then these people that are impoverished and maintained within low caste are being what you would expect, aggressive and violent and unstable, because they're not given otherwise. And then it's like, oh, this is just the way these people are. We must control them further.
Yeah, and it's gonna come to the point where it will backfire. Like a lot of like the aggression, frustration is like it it's well justified in the sense that like all that aggression and whatnot. I feel like the direction for it has definitely became like more clear, especially between like right wing or left wing, and kind of like how they're starting to see it as like the the rich versus the poor, and it's just coming into this kind of point of singularity to where shit will be going down like within the next 5 years.
Right, and like this is at least where I'm approaching the conversation and life is just like, well, like this thing is definitely due a collapse and it's dying at its own rate, and it's been
I mean, the average empire lasts 250 years, and we're on our 250th.
well, I feel like even that is just like, it's like, is that it's a little bit too much on the nose, and maybe is
Yeah,
that like sort of a manufactured, and like even that history and like the historical significance of that time period, and like again it even calls into attention of like the Pluto cycle of like, it's also like Pluto goes around at that same period of time, and it's like, in my opinion, it's bringing up more of the karmic patterns within that empirical design of like what led to that revolution in the first place.
mm-hmm.
But like if it's a manufactured revolution and a manufactured idea of freedom, then it's just like, well, obviously,
Yeah,
like it's gonna come to this point of like, oh, they got us. It's the same fucking British empirical model that now has become like mutated and radioactive. That it's like the military arm of the British bullshit,
yeah,
and like the whole European model.
mm-hmm.
It's like people forget like why America in concept and theory, like why America even came about in the first place. Um and like yeah, again, man, it's such a deeper conversation that it's because of the fact that people have been avoiding real dialogue, and like there's always been a scapegoat, and like this nation is built upon genocide, and like that's a conversation worth having, and it gives a lot more context gives a lot more context of like why this is a continual pattern today. It's not just an anomaly
Yeah.
of our current situation. Like this has been going on for quite a long time.
The hamster wheel, man. It's like it keeps going and going, and it's I I don't know if that's within our very nature to create these conflicts, like between like individuals with certain power over others, and how those dynamics work. Because I just I just never see like I think the trickiest thing about like creating like a harmonious society is like understanding and accepting that everyone has their own individuality, and that's a double-edged sword because just the slightest different in opinion from even one person, it it's like it's like a I don't know, like it's them allowed to have that perspective of like something that majority of people might think is right but they think is wrong, to where they might share that idea with another person, and then it just kind of spreads, and it creates this ever changing kind of like web of like different opinions and ideologies that fit within the current like dynamic.
Right. I mean, that's just part of the nature of the mind. Is like it wants to make sense of the patterns without like assigning right or wrong.
Yeah.
But the ego and all these different qualities of our own emotional framework also layer upon that because like we're not just of the mind,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have these animal qualities of ourselves, and I think it goes back to that whole trauma point that you were making earlier, and I think like trauma really gives a lot more substance for solution oriented conversations as opposed to like vilifying and demonizing the people that are making the decisions because like they're really confused about their own nature, like their elite self-entitled elite status, and like what's going on versus their
It just feels like it's like you can get to the point of no return. Well, at least it feels like it from like just understanding like the atrocious acts like certain people in power have done over the decades or even hundreds of years in human history. It just kind of it 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 comes down to like how many times do you have to do like the atrocious act to like understand that you're fully aware of what you're doing, sort of thing, like that it's wrong, but like I feel like people can confuse themselves to the point where it becomes their actual like reality.
yeah, it's a weird thing about materialism and like again like what has been so exposed not only just recently but obviously the Epstein files is a whole other thing that just like further amplifies and brings to light a lot of things just like in a really abridged way, but like anybody that's been aware has been seeing that this has been going on for again a very long time. Like we can like it brings a lot more context to Catholicism and Christianity and what has been going on within its own like uh, facade of virtue and righteousness. But like anyway, there's just so many layers regarding so many qualities of what is the story currently. Um, and I think that the more that a person is just deeply honest with themselves about where they've come from and they're able to give themselves peace and like hold no shame for anything that they've done up to that point, because like they've been coping with their own traumas and they've been lost in like their pain body or however you want to say that, or like their own neglect.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like through those types of reflections and interactions does one become more um truthful, and like, but that's again, like, go back to that. I don't know if you have anything to say, but with materialism and like what I believe is happening within these ultra elite, like inbred caste complexes, and like we could go across the board, and like it's very clear where that line is distinguished with global leaders altogether, like the comparative between Eastern world leaders and the Western world leaders, and by merit of what's been going on within the Western world and how much propaganda is being generated, and like that they're capable of looking in and witnessing it, and interfacing with like brainwashed people, and like seeing, like feeling the impositions of the empirical mind upon them, and like how much like they introduce drugs into like desperate places to get people to turn against their own people, and then become like combative, basically extensions of like the mafioso arm of the intelligence, um like apparatus within the United States.
That's a great way to put it. It's all I feel like the government has been like waging psychological war with within its own like people, like even within its own bipartisan system, in the terms of like being able to like convince one person about one thing and then the other one about another, and like I feel like it all ultimately like boils down to like as long as it's gaining traction and gaining attention, you're able to monetize them, right?
Right. So like it's just, again, like we're at that point of like, oh, okay, let's look. Who are the people that are obviously benefiting from the system?
Yeah.
And it's like, again, even that whole deeper dissection of like, why is there the sense as an American that we we deeply align with something that is definitely not happening, and that this idea of what an American experience is so unattractive and doesn't in any way align with us. So like, where as Americans we have this experience, and then there's this idea of what the American experience is, and it's so far removed from any of our interests. And it's like, where then is that being generated, and from what agenda within the world scheme is benefiting from that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's definitely a conversation that can be like mulled on for hours.
Yes.
And it's definitely
Indeed.
it's like as an individual, like there's a lot of I don't know, there's a lot of like despair that you might feel in terms of like you not feeling able to have the ability to like change the system as just one person, which is why like strength in numbers matter, and in terms of like sharing those common ideologies with other people and being able to organize, protest, and have kind of like that group mentality of like understanding that like we hear you, we see you, we feel frustrated also.
I disagree with the protest approach,
Okay.
personally, because I feel like that's still within the design of even still fixated on problems as opposed to generating solutions and moving beyond like the trifling petty matters of like being.
Well, one of those solutions aren't able to be accessed through like law, you know?
Well, this is, again, it's part of that bigger thing of like the points that you're making. They're all very valid, and at least from my angle of approach, and from like the like access or knowledge or experience that I've had that distinguishes me personally. But I understand like why people are angry, why people are frustrated, why people are feeling as if they're being taken advantage of, because they are, and like they're so embedded within the system that like for them, like I think it's very meritorious to be um protesting, because like them not showing up for work inhibits the function of the urban slave environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And like that they have the power themselves because like they're part of the machine of city maintenance, you know? And it's again like we could go into further and further about like psychological and emotional enslavement and like what's really going on and like people are more than aware of like the disparity with like resources being accumulated, and then it's just a fucked up social experiment at this point. It makes no sense,
Yeah.
you know. So like from my perspective, like in that way, does protesting work? Because it's part of it, but I believe that there's within a larger media narrative and like the powers that be that they want to broadcast that this is the way that it's needing to be done to avoid other solutions because like that's controllable and like again it's a big theater because like the police are there and like okay this is your route and it's oh we are angry and I'm not again like it's just I feel part of the bigger thing and like I totally agree that there's power in numbers but I'm more of a mind that it's more the quality of the people that are pioneering and prototyping a different thing as this is collapsing that these people are generating new thoughts and like new lifestyle dynamics and like opening conversations into like all the different layers of our societal equation so that like by merit of having it evidence that these things are working that it totally dissolves the argument because it's always a theoretical thing of like this is the potential better outcome but like then all the naysayers and the people that are benefiting from the system are like this is broken and here's why and here's the authority that claims this is wrong and this is the book that was written about Marxism, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then like that they're like, well, this is like like it or not, this is working, and like we're sorry for what we did in the past, but like you can't blame a son for the crimes of his father.
Yeah.
And it's just like you're still benefiting from it.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, what do you want us to do?
Yeah.
And it just is like this has been the song for quite some time.
Yeah. No, it has been, and kind of going off of like, yeah, like that analogy of blaming the son for his father's crimes. It's like I do think there is a need for that emotional understanding and maturity, even from people that come from those walks of life, where you're able to kind of expand their mind so they kind of they don't repeat the same patterns because that's one thing I've kind of seen with parental son to daughter relationships, um, or just like parent to kid relationships, right? And how that can really like shape a person as they are, but there's also an extent or more so an ability for that individual to kind of strip that away from themselves, depending on how traumatic their childhood might have been with their family or their parents. And I feel like just being open minded. That that's the only word I need. Being open minded.
Yeah, and more collaboration and harmony oriented thoughts that like you don't have to argue with any of these like delusional retards. Like sorry,
Yeah.
like just accept that that's their experiment and that's what they want to do and like assess your own decision making process. Are you contributing something that is like supportive or is it restrictive? And then start again like it's just like I think it ultimately does come from a place of needing to take a leap of faith, because like one way or the other, like something something is going to elicit a shock, and in my opinion, it's so much better to be in a space where that shock comes from the nervous system being able to reset and be released, and that like, it's a safe enough environment, and you're able to like really slow down and be present with time, and like be supported, and people want to understand what you're wanting to do and like what you're trying to contribute, you know, versus like the shock of like uh, a structured trauma where it's so brutal within our human experience that like people are in like a a state of fear and a willingness to conform just so they can stop being um like tortured.
Yeah.
I know that's like an extreme end of the points that I'm making, but I think on a real subtle level, like that's
No, there's validity to it, for
yeah.
sure. And like, yeah, just kind of go into like the reflection of my childhood and kind of like the relationship I've had with my mom and dad, and kind of like how that's interpreted my very being, and like kind of like my personality and my beliefs, my ideologies, like just kind of it, it all boils down to kind of like how you're exposed to your environment, like what interactions are being thrown at you, whether that's like nourishing for your development or hindering for your development. And I feel like, unfortunately, I've been through a lot of hindering interactions in my life to where it has created a lot of stunted growth in like my psychological development, whether that's like socializing with other people or having the confidence, the pride in myself to like not really rely on anyone, and kind of like that overall theme of just the fear of abandonment. I feel like it's such a common denominator with a lot of people, especially my age, is like not being not feeling heard or not being taken seriously, and being ostracized for being a little different. Like I've had speech impediment issues for 15 years, learning disabilities, like I had growth development issues with celiac disease. Like there's a lot of factors that kind of contribute to like me operating a little differently than everyone else, and naturally that created that reaction of people treating me differently because that's how they thought it was. So I feel like just that concept as a whole is what damages society, is not being able, like the closed mindedness of not being able to see where I might have been coming from at that point in time.
Right, because the game within society is a linear track, and there's a race, and like when you're by your own nature and disposition, like for one reason or another, like you're just not participating in that race, then it's like the forced exclusion, while also like it's like, okay, well, the race is the only thing that's going on, so you just have to be a observer of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then like again, you can, I think it's a real powerful um like opportunity that obviously is like really torturous, and um has a lot of pain inside of it, but I do think that that's a quality of introspection and observation that allows for like deeper insight about people's decisions and their own like patterns, and like when you're when like it's not even ever a thought that you're able to compete as like a top dog within like a just a, again like a brutalistic like idea of the way to of how a society functions healthy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
um then there becomes more of a an opportunity to really explore what else is out there, and like convene with other people, with other minds that have been going through it and have approached it from different angles. And then it becomes a bigger question, of course, it's just like how much then is it that those people are approaching things from different angles out of coping, or that they're really creating something that's totally separate.
Yeah. No, it's a lot to take in, dude. Yeah, just kind of like I definitely feel like we've taken steps in the right direction in terms of leaving our hearts open to like understanding how one person may feel marginalized, uh, whether that's like with their personality or like with the way they were developed or like just certain decisions they made in their life that like might be viewed negatively at first, but like not fully not understood further than that. They see the problem, but they don't recognize why they got to that point to create that problem.
Right.
And like being able to identify that root cause within another individual, or getting to the point where they feel comfortable to tell you about that, I feel like is like paramount in terms of like creating deeper connections with other people.
Yeah. And then and of course it brings more attention to the hyper greedy and like competitive mind, where like those types of people that have like risen to the top because like they've maintained
Like the hustler mentality.
yeah, they've maintained that brutalism
Mm-hmm.
because of like all the trauma that they've had to go through to like validate that type of experience and like that type of behavior towards other people, you know. And then it's just like, and then all of the programming and all of um the constructing of like what healthy masculinity is, and it's still like way GI Joe and so insanely like delusional.
Boy, I could go on hours about masculinity and how fucked it is. Like, especially just kind of like how misconstrued it's been in terms of like my personal experience of like dealing with toxic masculinity and like just kind
Joe,
of yeah.
I mean, like, I think that's even a maybe we can take a little pause if you'd like, and if you want to, of course, and if you wanted to take a breath or whatever. But of course, like, you know, especially with, you know, me and Shane have been having conversations, you know, leading up to this interview, and he shared a lot. We've shared a lot of our stories together, but you know that you've gone through a lot of things that I think are very normal in like a general way, and like not everybody is having to experience those types of um
I think it's more common than you may realize too, and it's just dependent on like how well the guy hides it, you know, and like being able to recognize that there comes a point of like being able to be vulnerable and like kind of like just kind of like process it now, since you previously did not process it for the years that you've been traumatized with it.
it's so interesting of like this thought and like what it brings up about like men who are deeply abused within their family dynamics, but are like genetically allowed access to like physical strength, um will use that to their advantage to have a sense of power within the world. And then that becomes constructed as like the masculine identity. And then women are endlessly wanting to be with an idea of the status quo masculine because like they there's that whole thing, and again, like I paint in broad strokes, you miss the fine lines, and like I love women, you know what I mean? But like I'm speaking about a specific quality of the societal framework in which women tell themselves that they want to be with a loving and kind-hearted man, but they don't know how to be a kind and a good-hearted woman, and that they're finding themselves endlessly in a materialism loop with toxic men that are giving them things at the exchange of like definitely physical, psychological, and sexual abuse, but like that's healthy because like a man's gonna be a man. You hear what I'm saying? It's just a big loop, and it's just like again like witnessing that that's like a quality of a culture that like even when I interact with any women that have been a product of that, of like how distrustful they are, and like that they just assume that every man that's interacting with them is only wanting to have sex with them. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's so bizarre to and like it's such a hot and fresh wound right now that like it's really hard to even be able to, and it's the unfortunate thing that I think like women end up drying their wells, like their vital wells dry up, and then they become like irrelevant
Yeah.
because they lost their beauty and they become jaded, you know, and then they're put to the side, and then they have to figure out what it looks like, you know, that they've been used as a towel within the master race.
Yeah. And that's like the unfortunate part about it is like as it being like a societal like cultural thing that's developed over the years of kind of like that increased distrust towards men like you also got to understand like the the countless examples of justifications that might have led to it. I'm not saying, however, that like it should be blamed on all men, but I will say that there has been a significant portion of us that have contributed to the distrust that women have against us. And being able to recognize that and understand that and recognize those patterns where they do feel like they're distrustful towards you, just being able to understand that and step back when they feel like they need that space to where you can sort of develop that sense of emotional security within yourself to where if they ever do come to the point where they may trust you, then so be it. But like I I've definitely became less and less frustrated about it over the years and more like just understanding of it, especially going off that I have a younger sister that has dealt with a lot of just unfortunate circumstances leading up to her adulthood and kind of seeing that from a familial perspective. And not only my sister, but kind of the way my mom was kind of societally manufactured to be like this housewife of sorts.
Yeah.
It's the whole patriarchal system. It's biting itself in the ass right now, and like a lot of like this frustration and passionate anger towards it is so justified. It is incredibly justified, and there needs to be a change to be able to distinguish like to I wish there was an easier way to kind of single out the certain individuals that make these issues a problem as opposed to like blanket terming it because some guys when they see that frustration and aggression towards them from other women like they like this was me at one point I was visibly upset I felt ostracized I felt like oh that's just a creepy white dude and this and that blah 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 but like once you kind of get past like those stigmas and realize that they are only projecting that energy onto men who are actually like that, and you recognizing that you yourself can do better and are better in terms of being more compassionate, understanding towards just everyone. It doesn't even have to be like the opposite gender. It can be anyone of any gender. Like being able to have that openness towards one another and being able to understand like where they're coming from is where you can come to that point and realize that like it does it doesn't bother you anymore.
Yeah, and it comes back to that point of like, we're opening into a multipolar, multicultural dynamic within America because capitalism is failing and the militarization and like again, like I'm sorry, veterans, but like we live in a militarized socialism where like you are given access to resources and opportunity by merit of being brainwashed within its industrial institutional mindset. And like again, there's so many different layers about like how military people in essence sell their First Amendment to maintain their benefits, and like it's just endless hypocrisy within the entire structure. And then like again, that whole GI Joe vision, and like again, like just the maintenance of materialism as a status of success, and like because of how superficial things have become, that like again, like women want to pretend. Again, it's just there's so many layers that need to get to the bottom of transparency, where like it's like everybody needs to take accountability for the outcomes of the decisions that they're making and choose better. And like, well, what does it look like to interact with someone that is interfacing with you and asking you questions that are curious versus like playing the game and getting drinks and seeing like somebody driving like a Beamer as like, ooh, he'll buy me a new outfit, and it's like there's just so many, and then it's like, oh, he's abusive, and oh my god, he's been like disloyal, it's like, are you surprised by that?
And that's just kind of like in the sense that like they will like come to the point where they'll go through these experiences and kind of gain more clarity time after time and eventually come to come to the point where they can like distance themselves from like the materialistic aspects of it. But again, it's also contributed to kind of like well, there's a lot of rich mixed culture within this country, right? And like depending on where you grew up at, like certain things might be more appealing to others, like whether that's like just getting a lot of money or like just being a hustler or like just all like these superficial things, like people get their minds like kind of tangled in it to where it creates these frictions and interactions that you're mentioning.
Right, because it's all moved from desperation of appearance. It's about the appearance of self as opposed to the intrinsic value of self.
Yeah.
And like again, like one culture shifts because it's so obvious that that's the direction things are going. And like I was even having a great conversation with another artist the other day about like by merit of community growing organically from like more of a like embryonic in vitro simple, like everybody's getting to know each other, and then like it's like, oh, that's maybe a pattern that needs to be brought to attention because like to different degrees, like we've all risen out of our traumas and we've all addressed them to the best of our ability so that we can have better relationships with each other. But then like there comes critical movements within the continual growth that maybe test our patience or like test our fixation on control or power, or even how who we're getting involved with and why. And like so it's like it gives, when that's set as the foundation, in my opinion, then it gives so much more opportunity to really address like where the kinks are and like why there's maybe like a a pitfall and like how to navigate that and be like, okay, like, why does that exist? And moving forward, like what feels like the best arrival to a sensible compromise, or one person is just right, you know? So it's like it's either a compromise or like one person is definitely right based off of all the evidence that has been presented.
Yeah.
Versus like the idea of like, well, 50-50 is the only way to go.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It's like whether that person like if it goes to the point of like the scenario of like that person, this said person is right and this person is wrong, and like there's all evidence that supports the other person of being right, like like then it kind of just boils it down to like the person that was wrong to like learn from, right?
Right. It's like again the identity with something larger and knowing that everybody like nobody's trying to be victorious in the game where everybody's seeking harmony.
Yeah.
And it's just like I look for those myself like again like it's a whole thing and I know it seems almost contradictory to the way that I show up but like I'm always wanting to refine my own personal approach by being given access to information that is just totally out of left field.
Yeah.
You know?
No, because it definitely can challenge a lot of other people's like beliefs and like perspectives, and it kind of creates like that like a controlled, nourishing environment for them to like really like be able to listen to like what review you may have and like be able to process it, then to have that freedom to believe it or not, you know?
Right. And again, it's like being able to set aside our own ego for the sake of a larger thing, but does it feel like from that compromise that there's been a deterioration of self because like compromise after compromise after compromise leads to a particular juncture where it feels like I'm not even a part of this at all.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the biggest tasks and challenges of really collaboratively and cooperatively building into a vision and being able to hold enough space for like malleability and elasticity.
Yeah. Well said, dude.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. No, it's a doozy, man. Just being able, like, being out in the trenches of society. As for me, a year away from 30, and just kind of like reflecting all the previous years I've spent of like consistently just running in circles in terms of like trying to heal old wounds and kind of like I like I brought this up already, but just the fear of abandonment and how that can like how I'm how I know that there's a solution to it other than being like like not putting yourself in like a consistent like monogamous relationships only for them to fucking fail like a year later. Because like that was like a I feel like an unhealthy pattern I didn't really recognize until like my last relationship, to where I was like, okay, I need to take more responsibility for myself and be more passive in the sense of like not being desperate, like not being able to understand that I can find sense of belonging beyond a relationship. And that was something that I previously thought was a very like foreign concept to me, because when I started getting into like romantic relations, like when I was like 18, 19 years old, like there was a point in my life where I didn't think I was gonna ever have a partner because of how everyone thought I was different, how I was treated, and it created this this reality I lived in for so long.
Well, I feel like this is a good place to take a pause, and then I'm going to begin with asking the first question and really allowing for you to open up
Yeah,
your story more.
of course.
You cool with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, hey, we'll be right back. What's going on underneath of it all? Okay, hey, welcome back to this interview with Shane.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get official now. As I get this hair out of my mouth. All right. How would you summarize the story of your life up to this point, as seen through the lens?
Man, loaded question.
Yeah, take the time, man.
Yeah, no, like through the lens of my art. Um, I guess if we really want to get in like the nitty gritty of it, I can definitely start with kind of like
Because even this art that you have right here, is that an original piece?
yes, it is original piece.
I'm gonna go grab it. Is that
Yeah,
okay.
go for it. I
Because
feel,
you have a very surreal style.
thank you. I feel like that piece you're having there, it it reflects well with the conversation that we're about to have.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can have that right there. So
Microphone's just we'll bring it a little close just for a moment.
oh yeah,
And I'm gonna link all your stuff. So
I appreciate it.
yeah.
Thank you, man. But we'll get to this painting in a minute. But kind of going off of like how my art has developed over the years and kind of starting back in like my childhood, like I I was definitely knowing the kind of like the difficulties I had with like my learning disabilities, my speech impediment, and kind of like being ostracized in the sense of like not feeling wanted or accepted, and whether and even if there was points where I felt accepted, that was actually it was just abuse and use and manipulation. And it took me so long to kind of like understand that's what happened. Kind of, because like just the shock of it all kind of now another direction I can go later, but kind of going off of like being like just feeling alone, not seeing like I would redirect that energy towards my imagination and really lose myself in my own world. And I did that mostly through art and video games, but I feel like art was something I could always come back to because the potential is limitless on like what you can think of and what you can create, and kind of just going off of like a timeline is I started with just like stick figure drawings, just like little mini stick figures that hold like stick guns, and I grew up with a lot of like just action war flicks, just a lot more like just masculine stuff like aliens, this that. I was also fascinated by it, and it was just more so of a thing I resonated towards. So it reflected within my art to where I could stick figures, and I would eventually gain more curiosity about just space. Like space was another thing I grew up fascinated with, and I was just obsessed with the idea of once I found out what aliens meant, I feel like I I resonated so deeply with it because it was like such an unknown like thing and concept to where my childhood self could like somehow relate to it because it was just kind of like being able to like leave it open to imagination was what made it fun for me, and being able to grow up with a bunch of like sci-fi films and flicks like that, it kind of developed like my next step in my art journey, which was I would start creating like alien creatures of my own design. I had a very like I had what was interesting about it was this art was the first art where I had like a system like correlated to it. And what I mean by that was like with like the designs of my aliens, they would all have like two, three, or four like gills on the side of their heads as like as how they're able to breathe, and then they'll have like multiple eyes, multiple limbs. They all had a sort of synchronicity to it, like the pattern. There's a pattern to it, and that's what soon led to like kind of like my original thoughts and like being able to like understand that I started to realize I have like a knack or talent for creating and being able to like create all like these intricate like designs within these alien drawings that I did. And mind you, this was when I was really young, like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And kind of just going forward to that, I developed, I delved into another avenue of just cartoons, and I feel like that's something that's always has stuck with me and is still present within my current art in just its own little fucked up way. And
Like cartoons and telling a story.
yes, cartoons and telling a story in the sense of, I feel like the concept of a cartoon really captures the essence of like childlike wonder, of being able to know that there is no bounds. Like great examples of cartoons I grew up watching is like Ed and Eddie, Courage the Cowardly Dog, like even like older cartoons I grew up watching, like Tom and Jerry, Looney Tunes.
This is Rick and Morty up here, right?
Yeah, Rick and Morty. This was a cartoon that was introduced to me much later in my life. I want to say like 18, 19 years old, but it still had
I'll just catch a little bit of it.
um, it still had like a significance within my art, and like being able to understand like that just concept of cartoons, like really essence that raw creative energy that was shown through the overly expressive like actions these cartoon characters might do. Just like the fact that it's so overly expressive, so kind of like out of left field, like kind of detached from reality, kind of like I don't know if you've seen like Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry, but like physics don't exist in these shows. Like the the potential is limitless on like what might happen next. Like it's unexpected.
It's limited to the artist.
It's limited to the artist and like their own creativity, which is why I resonated so much within it, because it created like it gave me this glimpse into a world where I could do the same fucking thing I don't want to do.
Yeah, and it's again it's that strange social experiment of our times of like children that are really limited with their own like lived experience and their involvement with any sense of community, and how everything has become very stifled or very like bleached of expression.
Mm-hmm.
And then like how obviously dull and like uh non-substantial it is, and then to be on the other extreme of like being given access to television freely and whenever you want, and then being and like watching extremes through cartoon.
Yeah.
And how much that can almost in some ways like really buffer the spirit and allow for like that sense of life to never be lost, despite like all the conditioning or all of the types of
Yeah.
disconnected behaviors within culture.
And what I find interesting too is like this kind of creative direction towards like the concept of like cartoons and like the creativity associated behind it. It's definitely been like utilized with countless other artists out there who then inspire other artists, and it creates this endless cycle. And like, I feel like some great examples that I can think of is this one animator goes by the name of Meat Canyon, and he kind of has a very similar sense of like expressiveness, just unexpectedness, like very wacky, but like he also conveys like the visceral element of humanity. Like it's very gory, it's very uncomfortable to watch. It it he invokes a sense of unease within the audience to where it's not under the sense of like trying to like scare the person, but to like kind of make them reflect more. Does that make sense?
Meat Canyon.
Yeah, Meat Canyon.
All right. Yeah, I'm not familiar with him.
He,
But
he
yeah.
he does a lot of just societal commentary of like going off of like just current trends within the internet and putting his own little twist onto it to convey a further message through his art style. And there's been really interesting ones to say the least, but he's just one of countless examples I can mention. And kind of like the poster that I was shown previously, Rick and Morty. That's another one that definitely challenged like people's thoughts of like Rick and Morty definitely, I think, normalized the sense of nihilism, like sort of nothing matters
Yeah.
mentality. And I feel like I've kind of took a little chunk of that with me and utilized it within my own art, like in the sense of like we're all gonna die anyways. Like might as well have fun creating, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's like on one hand, Rick and Morty, from the little that I've watched of it, like it gives a sense of wonder about like, oh, how kooky and crazy with this, this like interdimensional grandfather guy and like his dim-witted grandson,
Mhm.
But like they're still operating within the framework of like capitalism and like within like a suburban like development space and like it's of course like in even in that cartoon's dialogue it's like all of the absurdity is based off of the fact that like that's not worth addressing, you know what I mean? And I feel like it's like nihilism is like a like there's merit in the idea of being able to get into that as a concept regarding our existence and our experience of like I think it helps with a person to be able to liberate themselves from any ideology. But I do think that there's more beyond that in terms of like a larger sentient dialogue with like universal qualities,
Mhm. Yeah. And kind of just going off of like the amalgamation of cartoons and animations I've watched over the years and decades that I've really like reflected on and like really try to like translate into my own terms and try to create an output of the art that you see now. And kind of like me understanding like the motive for my art is ever changing, but like for the most part, um my motive as of like forever really. It could change one point, but like my motive is to help others be seen.
Yeah, because even just sitting with your art, a lot of it is like playfully wanting to bring attention to what is obviously really uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like even from what you just shared about Meat Canyon and also with Rick and Morty is just like again like extreme examples of that. Like even you're even wanting to bring that further into something that's digestible and
Yeah.
offering different ways of communicating these things.
Yeah, and like every one of those cartoons, and my art included, they deliver their own flavor of shock factor, right? And like with the shock factor, it's just kind of like out of left field, like definitely like not pleasant to like look at first, but like kind of like peeling back the layers of what you just saw and like understand like the deeper meaning behind it makes it all the more like relatable.
Yeah, and I think it gives a lot more sense to like your story and where you've come from about like you're a really composed and like conscious man, and
Mm-hmm.
like you're you're always open and receptive, it seems, to having genuine interactions with people, but most people maybe aren't going into the spaces that like you are willing to go into, and like oftentimes people
And that's
avoid
okay.
stories.
Everyone has their own timelines for that, and like whether that means they need the time to trust me or need the time to like trust themselves, like it really just comes to the point of like I'm on standby, like if you're ever able or wanting to connect with me in that regard to like with my art part in particular, then amazing. But like it's not something I'm trying to like force out there. It's giving people the option to like look at it and see if it really resonates with them or not.
You know what? I can't help with everything that you're sharing with me. Again, like part of bigger conversations that we've been having prior to this interview. So, again, there's a lot of context that would otherwise be needed, and I think
Yeah,
it maybe will be filled in as we continue to talk
of
here. But
course.
like also, um, the rising into the current dilemma in your life, in different ways regarding like how are you wanting to move forward with your relationship with like pharmaceuticals?
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like how that even plays into like the chemistry of our own mind, and like these like undercurrent um like discomforts that we're still trying to like integrate, you know?
Yeah. No, like yeah, the medications in my life has been quite a fickle thing in the sense that like it has definitely helped me out a lot in regards to like regulation because I there has been a lot of traumatic moments in my life to where it creates a lot of uh, emotional ebbs and flows to where it can be some days unbearable to like really like try to really like harness like to really strap it down, and with the medication it is able to regulate it, so to say. However, I know there are other methods available within society that you're able to achieve the same thing just without pharmaceuticals. I just have not reached that point yet.
And I feel like it opens up a different dimension of our own like sentience and our own psychology, because we've given ourselves the space and the time to really um make sense of those emotional entanglements, versus I do, again, like it's a huge conversation, and I think it's really worth having about the nature of pharmaceuticals and
Mm-hmm.
where they've come from, and what's the driving narrative behind their industry standard, and at the same time like that there is something within it that is the silver lining,
Mm-hmm.
and but I do think that generally speaking like everything comes at a cost, you know and again it's really uncomfortable, and it's really exposing
Yeah.
for ourselves when we go into those places of like why for instance am I feeling this right now, and why does it feel like a such a deep internal attack?
Yeah. No, it's interesting too because like these methods that are applied with like pharmaceuticals and medicine, like it it is like tied around the concept of convenience and how the very idea of convenience is so entangled with capitalism to where like you just pop a pill and you feel better, you know? That's it, you know? And like it kind of takes away like the factor of like being able to actually do the work to make yourself feel better mentally as opposed to like relying on like a single pill, you know?
Right, a chemically induced state
Yeah.
that's claiming to be something that it's so far away from,
Yeah.
you know,
And a lot of people just have that fear to like really like step out of that realm and like really put in the work because they've been in it for so many years and like I'm I'm saying I'm included in that, you know.
So, if you don't mind, like, what has been your history with prescribed medication?
Um, so when I was 12 years old, I was prescribed Prozac, um, due to the amount of abuse and bullying I dealt with, and just kind of like discomfort within myself, and like I showed signs of anxiety and depression like very early on in my age, like more than the average person, and it was really a kind of like a shock for my parents to where they are put in a uncharted situation to where they are panicking because they're afraid if they do the wrong thing like that's out of like the status quo that like it's gonna go in a different direction. So they just kind of went off of what the experts thought of and whatnot. And like, don't get me wrong, I do believe there was a point where, and there still is people out there like medical experts and uh, pharmacists out there that truly want to make a world a better place through the application of the medicine they develop. I truly believe that there is an aspect there that people are like trying to fight for and advocate for. However, like just the integration of like the the corporatizing of it, right, is what really made it go into a landslide.
Right, because then it's really about the interests of the stockholders versus the welfare of the patients and the clients of the services, and like there's no repeat customers if you're giving healing.
Yeah, and okay, like honestly, there would not be a there would not be a, like a capitalistic country or just capitalism in general if you're able to offer a drug that like miraculously cures all conditions. Like I feel like we have gone to that point of where we have developed methods to where it's so efficient it just will throw the balance off of their control.
So obvious.
It's so obvious. They've been gatekeeping it for decades.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's just too obvious that like this whole thing is just so built upon uh, really just the desecration of humanity.
They're spoon feeding us. That's an analogy I like to say about it. They're spoon feeding us in the regards that like if they were to like really just give us the pinnacle of all the technology and medicine that they've developed and actually give it to the welfare of the people, then there's not a customer base anymore. Everyone becomes self sufficient at the point to where there is no need for a system.
Yeah, again, it just even the revitalization of our nation through a different form of industrial revolution where like we're integrating all the obvious technologies that are accessible and like people have more than enough things and like that we're able to just basically generate things on demand and that we shift because again like the fiat there's just too many things that make it so obvious that like none of it means anything and the only reason that it has any validity is because of a social agreement and like of volunteerism to being a part of it.
Yeah.
You know, just again, even that whole idea of the fiat currency of like, thank God all of this has happened because money is meaningless and there's no virtue or value in any of it, and like it's all going into a cyber realm. And again, like when the scales are actually balanced and people that aren't greedy and have just been through enough things are in the positions where they're making decisions because they see that like things could just be so much better not to maintain control but just so that we can like do things with our own time,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
it's like with the current like merging of corporate and like pharmaceuticals and just just like health in general, it's like you're basically you're being born into a life of being put in front of making a deal with the devil. And like it's almost as if you don't have a choice, you know? Because like if you want your life to be easier, they have a solution for it, but at the cost of being under their umbrella. And like that's how they maintain control. And like I do wholeheartedly believe that we one point we can reach to a society where it is just most it is just purely compassion and science based to where there's no like selfish like gain from it, and it's more of a like a collaborative growth between one another of just constantly making people feel better about themselves and creating like this environment of just constant self healing between one another. And I feel like being able to heal one another in that regard can create it. And this goes back to the point that change needs to happen within our current system, and it is unfolding in real time currently, and it is very like stressful to think about like what direction that might end up in.
Well, you know, where I'm very hopeful and optimistic is like, you know, all of us are working towards a common aim from all different sort of like sectors and different dimensional qualities of the equation. And like when we began, and I think it's again just like really the role and the responsibility of artists of like we have to be like spearheading a lot of that and bringing it cohesively because again like part of I think really the ability of an artist is like that they've maintained sight of their own curiosity and playfulness, and that they've grown in that, and they haven't like suppressed their own like psychological development and emotional development, and stunted it in an idea of what um, imagination means, but they've also seen that as like a seed that's also growing into maturity. And like there's different elements of pragmaticism that are really calling for artists to rise into to give example of different ways of approaching these conversations.
Exactly,
You know?
and kind of like that's kind of how I see the antidote. And when I mean antidote, I mean the antidote of what you're saying is just expression. Being able to express yourself, whether that's through art, dance, anything that truly kind of like resonates within you, that makes you that makes you feel a certain type of way. Like there's no other thing that can compare to it, right? Like everyone, whether they've found it yet or not, has that ability to get to that point.
Yeah, I think it's necessary for the healing of self to understand like what is our vital expression
Mhm.
and to be able to really consolidate identity within that. But I do think it's part of the growth and development of self to then see that as foundational and as like critical as an exercise for many different qualities of self. But then to make the expression coherent within message where there's something that's wanting to be aimed towards by merit of the vibrancy and vitality and the inspiration behind the expression,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's an interesting thing to see how like other people employ it differently and like how it's kind of like attuned to each and every one of us and like how we're able to incorporate that within our lives and within the connections that we make. And I feel like that's one thing I love about Austin here is like there's so much potent expression that is existing within these art communities I'm a part of, to where it is very easy to allow myself to express my art like completely unfiltered. Like show this piece to like just like the general public, like people are gonna have mixed reactions. But whenever I bring my this painting, for example, to like these groups I've been a part of, there's nothing but like praise and like just kind of like positive outlooks about it, you know, like oh this is how you feel about this, like how you feel about there's more so curiosity and them learning about like how my creative process works as opposed to when someone the general public sees it just more of a closed-minded approach. So being able to surround yourself with like-minded individuals that are able to understand your art. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely a few people that stick out in the crowd in the general public that can resonate with this, and that's why I'm still willing to like show this wide out in the open because a lot of the art I show does evoke that sense of like unease, like kind of like I mentioned earlier, and like if I'm able to like hit a pressure point to a certain individual, then I'm more than welcome to engage in that conversation of how they feel about it, if they're interested in doing so. So it's definitely a it's a it's a sacred thing to have in your life to be able to create this way. And I feel like not a lot of people understand the importance of well not understand that they're more so blinded through other aspects of their life that have kind of bogged them down.
Yeah, it's the vision that comes to mind is like how interesting it would be for you to be challenged to host a show, for example, where all of your art is on all of the walls and like
It's funny you mentioned that because I've been thinking about stockpiling my art for about a year to where like I to where I can get to the point to post something like that.
and you know being able to again sit at the front and like make a statement about like your story through these pieces of art and like what is the message that you think is worth um considering in the eyes of the in the eyes of the interested
Mm-hmm.
and again like more about again seeking the quality interactions and the quality connections and the quality interest in who you are as an artist and making it known like for example like what it is that you're trying to achieve by selling this art so that people then hear your story see it within this phase of your life that then they have a piece of you that by them supporting you, that they know that all of the proceeds went into the fulfillment of a larger creative vision. Where then by merit of you accessing that, then like you can maintain connection with these different people, because like I think again, even in that way, like art has lost a lot of its substance within spaces where it's more of like a aesthetic
Yeah.
than it is about a connection.
Oh yeah, I I got my qualms about that for sure. Like, there are definitely people I do recognize within the art scene that where I, through my perspective, I kind of see it as an aesthetic of sorts. Um, like, and I can definitely go on about like how there's like certain type of art that I might not particularly agree on. Specifically, like AI art, for example, is I feel like that just gets rid of the human connection completely. Like the only human connection it probably like still clings on to is the the writing component of being able to write down a script of so you can run that through the AI generator, whether that be ChatGPT or whatnot. But that's the extent of it, you know. Like, and I do understand that there's AI artists out there that will further edit like their AI generated results, but like you're, I don't know. It's an interesting friction that is currently present within the art community as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's like on one hand, at some point in my relationship with AI, like I'd love to, like feed all of my art into a particular like sector of AI
Yeah.
to have a conversation about like specifically from this total accumulation of all of my art,
Yeah.
like how would you like generate expressions in the same style, and I think like something like that is like really unique, and I think that's fun.
Yeah.
And like at the same time, like I just don't give a shit
Yeah.
about it, and I think it's like so many other qualities of our life that if people are really obsessed about it, and like that's really what is their composure, or their compulsion rather, towards really getting to know that, then there's something in that for them. But for me, like it's part of that whole deeper intention that what I'm doing is generating value within itself. And
And that's where we see eye to eye. Is like I don't see any further connection within the ability to use AI for art, you know, and like being able to like understand that perspective with another like-minded artist is like it's reassuring because there are other people out there like don't get me wrong, AI can do great things in other fields and directions, but like being able to get rid of human being able to get rid of human expression entirely is like it's a scary thing, you know?
yeah, and I feel like it's just part of this like sophomoric development of our own technological integration, that
Yeah.
like we want to see how technology expresses its own humanity.
Yeah.
And like then it's just like, oh, this is actually not sentience, it's just like a total amassment of all the
It's
contributions
it's
of,
just one giant regurgitation program.
yeah, and it's like,
That's all it fucking is. It it digests all this information in art, whether that be art, writings, like movies, and it digests it into this fucking primordial soup and shits out this completely random generated result through a shoddily written like prompt, you know?
yeah,
And it's just it's going off the countless hours of work that us artists have done over the countless years.
it's just for the harlots and the charlatans.
Yeah.
It's just, again, like I think it's curious. I think it's interesting. I don't spend any time with it. That's why I'm kind of curious.
There
And, like,
there was a point where I did explore it, um, back when it was still like relatively like fresh in the scene, like it was like a brand new thing. I want to say like 2021, 2022, to where it still had that fresh like shock and awe factor. Like, oh, like like my curiosity peaked on it, right? To where I was curious on like using my art as reference photos to like see what the AI model could create, and just it was more so of like just a like a curious like urge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just all in with my agenda and
Yeah.
my aim, and like it's like that's cool, and like maybe that'll tie in at some point, but like I just don't like it. Just isn't a concern. It's not at odds at me. It's not at odds with me that like there's no chance of me like being at risk of being relevant because of AI's development, because like I don't see any other way forward than really changing our approach to human interactions,
Mm-hmm.
and that AI has great potential to be involved with the systemic reordering of just the pragmatic qualities of our existence, so that again people have more time to really unpack their own bullshit and consider for themselves, like, okay, like there's no pressure for survival, and like you're finally in a place where you can take the time without having any shame or guilt about it to just breathe and do what's reasonable.
Yeah.
And then we can talk and we can figure out where things are and what are the options, and not trying to like funnel them into like, okay, you're gonna work this desk job for 30 years, you know?
Yeah. No, it's definitely an interesting thing, dude. Like whenever there's like an introduction of a new technology, there's just kind of like the awe factor of it, and like being being able to be curious on like how it can be incorporated, but like kind of going back to like my first curious usage of it, like like a few weeks of it is all I really needed to like really understand that there was no further substance behind it other than just kind of like just get right. I see it as a gift in terms of like art creation with AI, and it's like it's also interesting because you also have the argument of how traditional painters feel about digital artists, and I'm kind of in a middle ground with it because I've been equally creating digital art as I have been with traditional. So it puts me in this interesting position to where I can understand both perspectives of it. Because when it comes to digital art, it does eliminate a lot of the ritualistic aspect of it, like tending care your brushes, for example, refilling on paint, being able to prime a canvas. Like there's so many steps involved in terms of traditional art creating, whether that be like acrylic paint or watercolor. That there's a lot of care that's put into it to where it creates more of a substance within the art piece once it's finished, as opposed to like digital art. It kind of gets rid of all like those ritualistic like habits and gives you more of a convenience to where like yeah you get rid of like that substance that's associated with the rituals of it. However, it does it does give you like less obstacles to work with. Does it make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because like you're able to choose like different types of brushes on Procreate, and like changing the opacity, and there's a thing called layers, like you like it's using Photoshop, Procreate. It just creates like the whole process a lot more streamlined to where you're able to realize your imagination quicker.
Yeah. I mean, I feel the same. I just feel a very similar way, and I'm so grateful that I don't have this like overly zealous fanaticism regarding like self righteousness in art. Like I've never, You know what I mean? Like I think a lot of it is very semantic, and I think a lot of it is like what I see of like, definitely being outsider within the art world, and even like, sort of like the gatekeeping with like different art schools, and like the idea of like what the purebreds, and like that they're just like, again, like I've seen a lot of different things with artists with my interactions, and just again, like I don't speak the language, so you're gonna have to try harder type of, like, I'm not saying that to you, but just like the different interactions that I've had with artists where like they kind of go into like artist mode,
Yeah.
and like they're talking about like the paints and stuff, and like, like I from witnessing those types of interactions, like there's I mean there's information there, and sometimes it's like relevant, but I do think a lot of the time there's like a state of mind for artists where it's like so much about the tech, talking about technique versus talking about like what's the thoughts provoking the work, and like being able to like get into the conversation and understand like where the artist is coming from. And that's where I come from, of just like, even with different digital artists, like, if there's a piece that's curious, I'll have like I'm always interested in having interaction with the digital artist, for example. But if there's no substance behind their process, and they're just like kind of getting high, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like listening to whatever Joe Rogan is saying, you know what I mean? Then like that's a different place. And like,
Yeah.
again, like it's so much context is so important
And,
from both sides.
and that's the interesting thing about like when it comes to creating art is like you got what I believe two integral parts within creating. That's the learning part and that's the feeling part. So I feel like within our current society, like there has been a lot more of a advocacy to really like feel more so than learn. Whereas I feel like trying to achieve like a balance of learning and feeling within your craft can be very hard to master. And like like for me personally, I've always had a hard time like learning art even. Like I was in art school for 4 years and like a lot of the stuff they kind of taught me that information's long gone, dude. It's like it didn't. If it doesn't resonate with me, I'm not. It's not gonna stick with me, sort of thing, right? And it's just like I guess for me, my learning has been a bit more particular to where I learn what piques my interest as opposed to like learning like necessary stuff. And that's why when you see my art, there might be some like elements within that piece that might seem that is lacking or like deficient in terms of like what a master artist might see. And I think that's what creates like great surrealism, right? Is you're able to get to like a point where you learn just enough to where you can take that off with your feeling. Does that make sense?
You learn just enough to take that off with your feeling. Yeah, I think it's like, you got to know the rules to break them, type of thing.
Yeah.
And being able to, again, really develop our own style, and just, being in that curious place of really understanding that the greatest gift to an artist is their ability to be honest with themselves, and really access that, and like want to be in the reverence of the art piece teaching them something new about themselves,
Mm-hmm.
versus like, having like a politically charged message within your art, and then it's like, yeah, I'm like, oh dude, this is gonna be it, this is gonna really open up the minds,
Yeah.
and I do think that that's a real quality, and even just, again, like, there's so much beauty in landscape artists that are making awesome pieces from nature, but I do think it's just getting to a critical point where the technique is sort of like overshadowing the artist, versus the artist giving rise to their own technique, you know, and like there's so much more of a conversation about, you know, like how much you can learn from you based off of how you're how you're accessing the type of shade work that you're getting, or even just different fluid mechanics and how you wanted to play with color,
Yeah.
you know.
And it's like being able to like at least understand like the basic fundamentals of like how like one perceives something, because we all live in a three-dimensional space, right? So being able to understand depth, light, shadow, light direction, just like foreshortening, all those like basic fundamentals can really make a world's difference within your art, like once you learn to like incorporate it more, which is why I've always been intrigued personally with perspective and being able to make my art have depth, like make make it look like it is existing be within that canvas.
Yeah, you do have a definitely an ability for that, and I do think it will be really interesting to see how your style grows and develops and evolves, even through this
I
time.
even don't know where it's gonna go, man. It's
Yeah.
and that's kind of the fun part about it.
Well, I think it's again like even understanding like how curious it can be when knowing that your art style will change by merit of how much you transform the qualities of yourself through choosing differently.
Yeah,
You know?
100%. And I think that's one thing that like I've been constantly like as much value as a term, like you gotta go out of your comfort zone. Like everyone has a capacity to like do it so many times, you know, like because going out of your comfort zone to like challenge yourself to like do something new, whether that's just general in your life or in my case just with my art, like being able to like reach a point where you haven't like explored yet, it can be fucking terrifying. But like once you're able to at least like once you understand that there's no rush to like learn said concept or element and just kind of let it naturally happen, is that's how I've been treating my art journey.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's so much more.
I'm
It's so
not
much
I'm
more.
not searching for it. It's more so just coming to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's so much more beautiful from that perspective that you're not you're not trying to escape your discomforts, or you're not trying to fight a battle to expand your comfort zones, but rather you found that really the exploration and the experience and the experiment resides in the ability to make peace with discomfort,
Yeah.
and then moving from that place of like that's the new idea of stability, and how much beauty comes from, like, again, like it's very it's tied to a lot of different spiritual traditions and different philosophical approaches, and like even we can go into stoicism of like that ability to, especially in the times that we're living in, like, you know, we, you know, like who's is anybody shocked in saying like we're definitely in a time where we are needing to change?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
And it's like, well, hooray, like surprise. Like so much of the validation and vitality in life comes from changing.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. And change is it's a powerful and potent thing, dude. Like I definitely like within every individual's life, they're always going to go through some significant phase in their life where their ideologies change or like their identity changes or like just something that something that's so profound that like strikes them differently to where they start going in that direction. And like what I mean by that is like I try to translate that with like knowing that there's a vast amount of mediums I can use to create my visions, whether that be digital art, whether that be acrylic, watercolor, and like I still have such a long time in my life to still explore those new mediums, and it's kind of going back off of like whenever it feels right. And like a good example is kind of like those Thursday hangouts we're part of. Like it's a lot more of a street art based like event to where there's a lot of graffiti writers, there's a lot of muralists, there's a lot of people that use spray paint, and that kind of creates this welcoming environment to be able to test around with it. And I have been, and it's been a very slow it's been a very slow burn process in the terms of like how I'm approaching this new medium, because I want to be able to maintain like the current mediums I'm using, like alcohol markers, for example. That's the current medium I've been hyper fixated on, and acrylic paint, and but also being able to open up my mind to the possibility of starting to lock down on another medium to where I can become multifaceted in that way, to where, and that's the thing, like I can't never just stick to one medium. You know, like I'm always bouncing back and forth from one medium to the next.
Yeah, it's I feel like even in that of what I maybe not, maybe this is my own sort of agendaed approach to things, but what is curious to me is the the collaborative component of mural art that is giving rise right now, and like what does that look like to even begin that conversation where there's like a collective or like a super organism of artists that there's even in that sector, like again there's just in the multifaceted approach to the living equation, and like sort of wanting to be enterprising and entrepreneurial as artists, of like what does that, like if there's a genuine interest to sort of spread into those spaces, how can we learn so much from the interweaving of our styles, and even give people the opportunity to be leaders and showing how to get things done, and begin to showcase different patterns that can only come from that type of approach.
Exactly, and kind of like going off the superorganism you mentioned, like I think that we're in the very like early developmental cycle of that, with like, at least I think within the group I'm a part of, in terms of like being able to like have that space to hold that collaborative energy with one artist to another, to be open arms in terms of letting other people learn about muraling and spray painting, and how we can further lift that by creating a more concrete collective in the sort of where you can collaborate on like bigger projects, on like bigger buildings, and in a way bring exposure to said collective, to where it then brings more people who are like-minded.
Yeah, I mean,
makes the superorganism bigger that way, you know?
I mean, this is part of the delicate dance slash sort of the wrestling match dynamic of me coming into the picture, of like understanding that environment is so critical to the expression of the person, and being able to really address any tension points within the nervous system, and like what needs to be done from a multifaceted approach to our living equations, to be able to like really foster, facilitate a like a sanctuary of sorts for artists to really be dedicated, and like that they're like really seeing the opportunity that's being offered to them, and recognizing the value of that, and they want to make the most of it, and that they're also not being driven by profit,
Yeah.
but it's just by merit of it being that it's existing, and it's like again by something that's so outside, that isn't so bound within patterns of problems and trying to wake people up, but it's like been victorious over that, and now it's like this is the new expression, this is the new experience that's coming into the equation.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like how different that even has like how different that is with an approach. You know, and of course, like if it's even tied to like a larger conversation within collectives and different people coming into the picture, that's at least like a playful thing that I'm considering.
Yeah.
You know?
And no, it's like it's honestly been an honor since like you introduced your presence within this community that is established here, and it's like you being able to like kind of test the limits of kind of like how our like how our minds operate within this current system, and 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 just being an artist in general, and like I feel like you've done a great job of finding those connections and being able to establish like these exchanges to where we can really collaborate on ideas that way.
I mean, just the other morning, like left my van and this woman drives by and like badass black woman from Houston and she like yells at me and she's like, "Yo, is this your van?" And like she wants to take photos and she tells me she's the host for a radio station and she wants to like have me on and like have a conversation. You know what I mean? And
See,
like,
it's just as simple as that, man. Like, I and I feel like the significance of your band is like I'm starting to. No, you gotta understand the significance of your band. Like, you're like it's basically just like you're putting you're just putting everything on the table with what your band is like with the amount of creative expression you put into that, the hours of effort that's put into the intricateness, the the intricacy of every little like tile or like line you made with on that band. It like resin. It's like a it's like a receiver of sorts. It broadcasts like these waves to invite other people who may like resonate to it to where you can further engage a conversation that way.
yeah, man, I appreciate you seeing it that way. That's definitely how it feels, and even for myself, of like really, again, man, it's just I think you can have more of a sense to different degrees of like being able to like really hold the energy together and be able to be like a generator of that energy, like in the midst of all like the depression and like misery and drug problems and like confusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, it's definitely it's giving me more permission to show up every day as like the appropriate radioactive clown for this society.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, it's like, and that's the thing. Like you recognize it that you like sometimes to like really make a point of like within the lens of society, like in one way or another, kind of have to make a fool of yourself in the sense of like just being able to like express just like how like loose and like open you are, and like people might view that as like a shameless act or something like that, but like I don't see it that way, and I feel like a lot of people who have interacted with you don't see it that way either. There's just a lot of closed-minded individuals out there that are so kind of like where their heads are so far in the mud of kind of like the clockwork system we live in now, to where it's like it doesn't allow them like the opportunity to like explore your art more, like get to know you more. You know?
Yeah, I mean it's again it's just this whole fucking thing
Yeah.
regarding like any way that I move through life, like I'm always the loser type of thing, and like it's too easy to make stories about anything that I have to say and like run as far as anyone can take it, and like I'm just at a point where like go ahead, you're looking for any reason to create a story of how like stuck in a psychedelic trip I am because of what my mommy and daddy did to me. Like, take it, go ahead, run till the sunset
And
with that idea.
and dude, you with all being said, you found peace with it.
Yeah, well, it's again, it's when everybody really is able to put it into context surrounding like what's actually going on in reality, and they're not just playing the act and performing in the theater, then it's just inevitable that in the next day things will begin to change. But yeah, again, man, it's just like underneath of it all, really being able to have fun with it and overcome those fears and recognize like everybody at the end of the day is a human being, and if you're not playing according to the script, and like you're not intimidated by the presence of police, but like you can interface with them beyond their police identity, but you are connecting with them on a human level, then they are easily going into those places where they see also how much of a joke it is.
Yeah.
And like nobody's really looking for problems. Like everybody genuinely is wanting a better societal and cultural outcome. But the way that the internet has been structured and all of the triggers and all of the anyway, dude, I on addiction and
Yeah. It's a lot.
anyway. Well, I don't know if you have anything more to say. I'll otherwise I think this naturally segues into the second question. We've been kind of into the second question already.
All right.
And you gave a little bit of a context and a little bit of a history around your your relationship with pharmaceuticals.
Mhm.
And the second question is really about what has been your relationship with drugs in the past and to the present, and like drugs meaning anything that's mind altering, whether that's illicit or prescribed or legal.
Well, I think segue into like my use of like cannabis, it is definitely an interesting one. In the sense that like it's definitely opened my eyes up in the sense of like being able to expand my creative mind more. And like I know there's other artists out there who like really like to challenge themselves with like doing harder substances, whether that be mushrooms, LSD, ecstasy, stuff like that. But like I feel like I the way I see it is like as much as I think my mental fortitude is there, like I still feel like there's a sort of fragility that I might have if I go into any drugs harder than cannabis.
Yeah, you've heard that right, ladies. Shane has never done, ladies and gentlemen, that Shane has never tried mushrooms before.
No.
And that's quite a statement, in my opinion, especially as an artist,
Yeah.
and especially how much my life has really been shaped by my relationship with mushrooms. And I have such a defense of mushrooms that like you even saying like the harder stuff and then saying mushrooms, like mushrooms are in they're in their own category.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
100%.
yeah, and I feel like it's like when I say harder, I feel like it's just the intensity. The intensity of it is like something that like I would think I can currently handle right now.
I'll say this. I think you would. I think like MDMA or SAS, to be able to get for yourself to explore that. I think that would be really relieving and maybe eye opening and softening for yourself. Like MDMA and or SAS and like those different derivatives are. I think the reason that people have such a problem with them is because they're so agreeable.
Mm.
And LSD also is like a way where a person can become programmed within accepting their own patterns. Whereas mushrooms is like, let's have a conversation. Let's like you're totally exposed. Like
Yeah.
like let's just take a deep breath with arriving to that. And let's really see how much we can like navigate.
Yeah.
You know.
And I think it's just also like going off the guise of like whether this is true or not. but this is what I've been told to believe, and it's like kind of like the crossing of like hard substance, like like psychoactive substances such as like mushrooms and MDMA and whatnot. Like I've heard that does not mix well with the medications I've been on. So I've kind of seen it more as like a caution.
It's interesting. It's interesting even in this realm of again, like different qualities of a patriarchal subscription, you know, and the recognition that your prescribed medication has facilitated um, like your own transition out of abuse and trauma, and that you've been able to come into a sense of stability where you're able to open up those themes once more and really see what's underneath of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, though, the reason why people have an adversary effect with mushrooms, for example, is that mushrooms will open sight into what has been neglected during this time. And it's at the discretion of the individual how they're choosing to go into the ceremony with mushrooms. But if I think people that aren't prepared for what mushrooms are and they're downplaying it and they think that uh like these little mushrooms are not going to be able to have such an influence and a power over me. Like I think that is what leads to really hard times for people. Versus if there's like a desire to like approach it and it's ceremoniously. I don't know how interested you are in this right now.
No, I'm interested.
But like if you're approaching it from that more ceremonious direction where like you're really wanting to humble yourself and you're wanting to like leave everything at the door, and like mushrooms aren't demanding for you to um like denounce any of your behaviors, but it's calling attention to your own habits and what might be able to change so that you're more like synchronized with the natural ebbs and flows, and like how ready are you to open into and access maybe other qualities of um, like dialogue that sort of transcend language,
Yeah,
so to say.
and like I definitely see like the potential that can be given within experiencing like a trip with mushrooms or like any other hallucinogenic. However, just like in the simplest terms, like with where I'm at in terms of like the current cannabis usage I have, and just kind of like just constant self introspection in general, like those two remedies, I find those as remedies for me to where I don't feel like there's not a want for me to explore those right now when I feel like comfortable with what I've been incorporating in my life so far, you know?
Mhm.
And it's like being able to understand that if there ever comes a point where that whole structure falls apart, I still have that opportunity to explore it if I desire to. Like I'm never gonna close off that option. I know that option's always gonna be open for me. I've always been that type of person who wants to keep a constant open mind in terms of like it's there if I want it, you know? And like that's just kind of like the mantra I go off of when it comes to certain things about life.
Yeah, I think it's again it's so situational and it's so within everybody's own approach, and I believe um like I want to be for myself, I want to be very clear that there's a genuine distinction between mushrooms and LSD and MDMA
Yeah.
and other like chemically derived compounds that are coming out of laboratories.
Yeah, and
You know what I mean?
I recognize that because there's a nature and herbal aspect within mushrooms that it is more naturally occurring as opposed to the other lab grown chemicals that, like with LSD for example. So like being able to understand that mushrooms is on a whole caliber of its own, like I do recognize that.
And then, yeah, with that being said, you know, this is even a critical point with Logan of like what came up in our conversation yesterday, for example, and like sort of those themes around what you've mentioned to different degrees about the fear of being abandoned and like the fear of rejection and the fear of commitment and the the blessing and the curse and like you know like fucked if you do, fucked if you don't type of sense with being stable and secure and not seeing it as the next, in my opinion, and from my walk of not being able to see it as the next sort of like phasal development within life to be able to like gracefully adapt into like seeing new space opening and like wanting to fill that space and being able to gracefully pivot towards that direction before like this is like this momentum ride, you know, because again like if it's at those peak points then like it's it's certain to start to be on a decline,
Yeah.
you know, because this is just a way that the waves sort of rise and fall.
Yeah.
And like again like there's always these bigger tidal currents that are also like moving things forward.
100%. And that's the interesting thing about relationships is like being able to understand those waves and currents and being able to surrender to it, just to kind of let it be. And like as simple as it is to say, it's a whole different thing to do.
In regards to
Uh, just to like in terms of like the current connection I have um with Kendall and just kind of like being able to take a step back and let ourselves live our own lives and being able to still stay in contact because we're still part of the same art community and like just being able to just let things coast to the point where if those waves clash with each other between us again in terms of like a connection to say, then I'm open arms with it. And like don't get me wrong, I wholeheartedly want to be with her, but it's also a thing that's out of my control. And being able to surrender to that and being able to just kind of focus on your own self growth and the connections you have with other people around you, like with my friends, for example, with you, being able to connect further with in the Sketchy Thursday community, like there's so many other avenues I can like surround myself into where if it comes to the point where Kendall wants to reach out again and start things over again, then cool. But it's like there's also a possibility of that going the opposite direction and me being able to be okay with that. And at the same time, like knowing that I'm able to pursue the self growth, like even if things don't work out, like I'm still gaining something positive out of it.
yeah. It's even with all this said, like what I think is tied also to the comments that you were making before, and again like these different sort of like being dynamic of like even how much has been gained from the ability to self-reflect and be in introspection and be like more introverted, you know, that that can also often become its own sort of gravitational process where like it's hard to get even out of that, and like the ability to pick the head up and consider, like, again, it's so much about like our own self initiations into our own manhood, about like all things considered and where things are at, where do I really want to direct my attention towards, and what am I trying to do to move on and to move forward, not from a place, not from a desire to escape anything, but that there's that sense that there's nothing here anymore, that this was like a nurturance and like a nourishing and like a nest for a time, but like it is potentially in a bit like inhibiting the ability to grow into something new that's wanting to be presented, and like is even calling for a new sort of like integration of the masculinity, you know, regarding like decision making and being able to hold space and being able to be committed to, and like again, even as a example with Kendall, that you've had a lot of time shared together and that you've shared thoughts together, and now a separation has come, and like new movement is then coming in because that space is now there, and in that, are you propelling towards a new direction that also is taking into consideration Kendall's interests, and that you're presenting it in so, as just again just as this type of example where like it's you're giving access, or you're promising, or you're, you know, you're being held accountable for this new process that you're like enduring on, you know, as just again just as a like good, I think that's a like a substantial uh thought experiment.
Yeah, and as things naturally progress through time and like feelings solidify more, feelings change, like I feel 100% confident that me and her are able to communicate that effectively, regardless of what outcome it ends up being. And I think that's like the most important part about it, and why I connect so well with her, and just like being able just to like know her is like it's a fun time, dude. I don't know. I can tell you a lot about her, but just going off of just relationships in general, it's always a tricky dance you can have with like how things go with it, and like yeah.
Yeah, again, it's just like how different life will be when we're able as a generation to rise above the petty artificial survival constraints around, we gotta pay for housing, we gotta buy food, and we gotta pay for insurance, and
And
you know what I mean?
yeah, and it's a great point you mentioned, because like in terms of relationships, like we feel like I mentioned this before, we all have an emotional capacity of sorts, to where some people are more stimulated than others, like through like means of how they were developed throughout their childhood, like things take more time to process for other people than others. And being able to understand that and being able to give someone the space and time for that is paramount, because that's what creates a lot of tension within relationships, is like needs are not being met on one side because it's taken a while for this person to process that. But like if you're able to kind of give that time, like obviously there can come a point where it just boils down to like loss of interest, and if it does come down to that, then you you proceed accordingly, you know.
I will say this as just another layer to that visualization of like the recognition of the times that we're moving through, and like, you know, like it, you know, we're kind of in the thick of the mud, and that people are like wanting to be in the peace of the valley, and like, in the blossoming field and the mountains and like, wow, fresh water, but like we're in the mud. And like we can't dream our way out of that.
Yeah.
And like I think a lot of the time people are trying to, like it's a big bog and it's, it's just so long. Anyway, the point that I'm making is like, I feel like a lot of people aren't recognizing that the tension is because of where we're at in time, and that like we can only do so much self work to be able to address that. And then it's just like, wow, actually, I've done it all. I wanted to like take full responsibility, but like this is not my problem, definitely. And like I want to be able to like understand with other people that like we all feel the same way about the broken nature of reality, and like how much maybe we can give space to relationships when we no longer are wanting to tear things apart between us, but we're like understanding that this is, maybe there's value in being able to deflect it into, it's just the arduous bullshit of wading through the mud.
Yeah, and like I can kind of give a context of like how that can create like just that uncertainty can create a bunch of anxieties within oneself to where it can create just anxious habits. And I feel like for me personally, and like kind of going the relation of like having validation issues in the past and like fear of being abandoned, it has developed all these like borderline subconscious like habits to where I always feel like I need to be constantly reassured, but like I know at the same time that like if I just let things like wait a little and just like wait on it, like I, it's hard to like translate those habits into being healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just again like the thing that we just have to come to terms with in terms of our relationship with time, of like, you gotta have such a supreme amount of patience for a lot of things that are happening. And like if we don't know how to apply patience and let it, like, you can't force the flower open. You know what I mean? And like we have to, again, we have to reconcile that
hard.
ability of our own impatience, and like that we want all the answers now and I want justice, and it's like, wow.
Yeah.
uh Anyway, like again, it's just like great.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's a lot of it certainly is being able to come to acknowledgement of what the problems are and being able to claim them for what they are and see them from all 360 angles. And then it's a whole other thing to really be able to embrace that and integrate it, and then like live in, like, choosing, like consciously choosing to form an ego around solution oriented programming.
Yeah.
You know? And like it again, like at least in the relationship between you and me, like, it's good to be able to flex a little bit of age, because the 5 years difference between you and me is actually, like, a lot happens in 5 years.
Sure
You know
does.
what I mean?
Yeah.
And it depends on who you are and how much you're willing to be open to those things. But certainly, like, 5 years is a huge amount of time. And it's so interesting to witness how, like, in the rolling forward of our own humanity within age, and of course, like there's so many things to go about it, and like I hate ageism, I hate the bullshit with generational superiority, because like I will always have 5 years over you, so like I will forever be able to use that as leverage if I choose to do that, but I'm not going to, because I've hated how other people have done that to me.
Yeah.
But they're in that there definitely is a interesting relationship with time where some things can only come to open with time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No, it's really interesting. Like, and even like just like going off the topic of time and like being able to like take time less seriously too. Be like really just like being able to focus just on the now and present is like when you think of time, you think of the future. When you think of the future, you start to sweat nervously. You know, it's like it's the uncertainty of it all. So like dialing back to like the no, that's just how it is, dude. And like being able just to like take time less seriously, like like Kendall always says, time isn't real. And for the longest time, I I would try to understand that statement, but like I feel like I now truly understand what she means by it because like at least through my interpretation of what that statement means, it's like focusing too much on time and like what might happen in the future. It just it hinders the ability to have fun with life, to like really like indulge in the moment, you know?
Yeah, when we're able to break free of the shackles of the concept of time, we can actually begin to have a relationship with time.
Yeah.
And like that's definitely a different thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think what Kendall was saying is true in the merit of that statement that I just made. But I think it is part of nihilism to subscribe to the idea that time is an illusion and reality is an illusion, and um and I think it gives a lot of space for like materialism to become the leading uh philosophical narrative, because then it's just like, there's no point to anything, we might as well get as much as we possibly can, and everybody is just a hologram, or they're a non NPC because I'm the only, maybe I'm the only one,
Yeah.
and everybody else is just here for me.
Yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't matter what I do as long as I get the most.
Yeah.
Why am I, and it's just like, anyway, and I'm not saying that's where Kendall's going with that, but I do think that that's
Some
a
people
slippery
can
slope.
yeah, some people can employ it that way. And like there's different ways you can approach kind of like the nihilistic aspect of removing the concept of time from your life. And like for me, like being able to just like play with it just play with it playfully and just like focus on like what I'm like currently working on in terms of art and just like taking it day by day has definitely made things a lot. It it it's kind of altered my perception in the sense of like I am more in tune with the feelings that I'm feeling as opposed to trying to look ahead. Does that make sense?
100%. 100%. I want to take a pause real
Yeah,
quick.
of course.
And yeah, I mean, there's just so much to open up about time.
Yeah.
And I think artists, in many ways, are shedding light in this time regarding the integration of meditation that's culturally appropriate versus culturally appropriated. And I think that's part of this conversation about what is the insight that we can gain from the generation that we're experiencing that gives more um, awareness to time that's relatable for what we're going through.
Yeah.
So okay, took a little pause. Right back to it. Did you want to open up more into that conversation about time?
Oh man. I feel like basically all that I've kind of explained about like time and just I don't know, like it's interesting in the sense that like kind of going off like how time is such a subjective thing because like your perception can really like throw off like just what feels like the flow of time, so to say, because like if I'm like let's say I'm in my head about like a particular thing that I'm super anxious about and I'm just like constantly worrying about it and I'm at work and that's just all I'm really like focusing on. It's just like an hour feels like 4 hours, you know. Whereas where I'm like kind of more on like a stable headspace, kind of relaxed, not a whole lot of thoughts going on, and like I'm just kind of like going through the motions of like doing my job and being able to like just focus on that. It makes like 6 hours feel like 2 hours. It really just kind of like the perception of it is like really an intriguing observation. I like everyone experiences really. So like I think if you call it time dilation, I'm not sure what the term of it for.
Yeah, and I think that again, even how much of I am such a genuine advocate for astrology because of how much it demands a type of clarity and access to relationship with time, where there's an understanding of maybe the more fluid and harmonious passages and how to like see that as a relationship based off of like the order of the cosmos and being able to like factor our own layers of experience and the patterns that we observed in our own movements to like be able to conjecture in the future what these things might represent based off of the trajectories that we're on, but at the same time like recognizing that it's calling for participation and collaboration for us to maintain momentum to drive towards that outcome versus feeling as if it's guaranteed, and then the illusion around um like uh, effort, I mean, like that kind of comes to a critical point where like an assessment for project development, so to say, is called into like consideration, and then it's like recognized that like nothing has been really done. You know what I mean? And like how interesting it even is that like we're in a like an eclipse season, for example. Like oftentimes it makes things a lot more open for spontaneity and more fluid and more like opportunity for adaptability.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I think that's another thing is like spontaneity too is like it definitely it has a it just has a plethora of like what's the word? Spontaneity has a plethora of outcomes in the sense of like what it might what might be in store for you, how it might affect another person, but like ultimately like being able to like own spontaneity at for you and yourself only, and being able to like just go off of that. Uh, and I feel like I try to employ that with kind of like creating because kind of going off I'm gonna do a little deep dive of how my creative process works. Um,
Yeah, because I can tell by this that it's, there's a quality of your own spontaneity that is
yeah, and that's
really required.
no, and this is a perfect example of spontaneity. Kind of going off of
You have really good texture, by the way, and it's really incredible. It's such a different type of style, and obviously, um, there's a serious development of technique with this piece.
yeah, like
Bring it a little closer.
yeah, definitely takes a lot of time and just kind of repetition to like get to the point where it becomes muscle memory, you know? And like kind of going off of with the art I create, I I have different ways of going about it, but the most common way I do it is I'll start off with like a pencil sketch, and then I'll kind of just go off of that pencil sketch and develop upon on it. Like when it comes to like drawing, I kind of I approach it in in a way of kind of like sculpting. Like I'm like I'm building on shapes on top of shapes, and then defining those shapes and defining those curves, being able to create dimension and depth and all all that good stuff. But then there are times where I will go in a headspace where I don't have the mental energy to put down a plan, and more so I try to go towards a different direction of going off of what I feel. What this is this is an instinct painting. That's what I like to call it, or instinct drawing. And what I mean by instinct is I'm able. I'm sure many other artists can relate to this. I'm able just to put down a line and trust myself to go along with it, you know? And that's all I really do, which is why when I say instinct, I've created a habit over the years of just creating faces upon faces with like green smiles, weird noses, weird eyes. Like this has been developed over close to 8 9 years of just constant reapplicating different like ways to like create weird head shapes, weird eyes, weird noses, to where it's been ingrained in my very being, to where I will have moments to where I am like, fuck a plan. I don't need a sketch. I'm just gonna put down a purple marker, make a circle, and see where it goes from there. You know, like those are the two avenues I usually take when it comes to creating.
It's really out of my uh, ability to have the type of play with light that you have. That's There's a lot to say about it, and like again, the texture and the dimensional qualities that you're able to bring out of it. Um, and of course, like it's very like compressed, and it's very uh, like chaotic, and um, it's very there's a lot of uh there's a lot being said, with even all the different mouths being open, or like sort of like this deceiving smile on this particular face. And I feel like this is even like just a language beyond word type of thing. I don't know what that's symbolic of for you, but that's the way that I interpret it.
It's symbolic because it's nostalgic.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that, there was a point in my art journey, I want to say when I was like 20, 21 years old, to where I would make a bunch of ink drawings of like weird characters. So I've done these weird characters before, but like back then I didn't know how to employ color. It was just purely black and white. And kind of here's like a good example. Let me bring this out real quick. So this is a very early work I made. I want to say 2019, 2020.
Is it an original?
Yes, it is. This is Micron Sharpie on paper. You can take a closer look at it if you want. But
When did you make this?
2019, 2018.
Okay. And when did you make this?
A month ago.
How long did it take you to make that one?
Probably like 3 hours.
That's incredible. And how long did it take you to make this one?
Like 6 hours probably. Because there's a lot more intricacy that was involved when it comes to Micron.
I mean, even for myself, of like, with my art, like 3 hours barely even makes, like, for my art, like, it would barely even be really seen at some phases of my work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No.
And that you're able to cook that up in 3 hours is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, no, it definitely just comes to the point of repetition and like doing the same thing over and over again, to where it just feels like you're breathing it, you know? And another one that I feel like you'd be interested in. Thank you. And I'll get back to this language part. I'll it's gonna segue into that very shortly. But I was also kind of fascinated with the ability to just create the most intricate lines possible to where it became basically cathartic in the sense that I'm able to like really go in with the details and focus on nothing but the details.
Yeah. Yeah, I can very much relate to this, and certainly in 2020
Yeah.
was a lot of like where I was just only black and white with Micron and going into like just absurd detail.
Yeah.
Because of like just the affinity towards that. And I would be so curious to see like what it would look like for you to give yourself a time constraint and like for a piece of canvas this large, for example, like what if you were to focus on making something that's so detailed and so structured and so like engineered, for yourself, of like even giving yourself a week on a piece this size and how much you could get lost in that.
Yeah.
But again, that is definitely a quality of patience. Um,
So the
That's
way
a quality
the
picture.
way my creative output works is I'm able to burst out like actual creating within 1 to 2 hour phases. Sometimes 3 hours. It just depends on how locked in I'm in. But like usually at like the 2 or 3 hour mark, that's when I kind of I kind of just like plateau a bit in terms of like I'm not really feeling it anymore. Like this just feels more like busy work at this point because like whenever I'm creating, like I know like every artist has a struggle, but like there's always going to be a point in the creative process where there's going to be a lot of repetitiveness to where it doesn't feel like it's enriching, right? But the thing is, like I can see your disagreement of it.
I think it has a lot to do with just the way that I approach my style. I can understand why people might feel that way.
Yeah, and see that's the thing. Like that's where I'm currently at, but I'm also going towards that direction to where like I'm starting to look at like the bigger picture of my art to where like that busy work contributes to such an integral part of the piece.
It always reminds me of like the sand mandalas of like monks in like Tibetan Buddhism. You know what I mean? And like just the painstaking devotion of like working on something for whether that's a few hours or even days or even like bigger ceremonies that are like a continuation for months or something like that, and then they just get to a point where they create chaos of it and then they release that.
Yeah.
Um, and I can't help but feel that within like just these like deeper like enduring qualities to like really test those limits. That's how I approach it and like why. But I really take my time and I give like I'll sit for myself for like 12 hours no problem.
Yeah.
And just even in my approach because of sort of like the patterns that I play with of like when it's kind of feeling like I've exhausted it all the way to this point and I'm wanting to end it, that like I can pivot into a different direction and a different quality of the art that ties into that.
And that's what I do.
Uh-huh.
I do that as well. But there does come a point where I feel like I just need a break. Like everyone that has their own like tolerances for how long they might be able to create. Like mine's a little short, which is why like a lot of my pieces like even though like if you just put in the total amount of hours, like it puts like created, like like this one was like 3-4, but like I did that within like 3 sessions, you know. So like first session's like hour and a half, and the second session was like another hour and a half, then third, you know, and it's just kind of like being able to like space it out rather than just to like fucking go full on at it for like 12 hours straight. That's just like a talent I do not have. So, but I do respect the fuck out of anyone who does, and it seems like you do have that ability to do so.
I would say that it's definitely just a latent part of yourself. That's what I would argue. Of like, it is. There's just a mindset that needs to be tapped in, and like again, like mine's coming from like 12 years of sort of like cultivating a process, and like again, like I've just sort of spontaneously generated my own style in my own way in my own time.
Yeah.
But like it's come from those practices, and like I I think a lot of the issue, to different degrees, maybe not, comes from like these deeper qualities of our nervous system, and also like the way that we're having a relationship with time and like different priorities, and like always having to like sort of factor in like commitments with jobs. And I'm not saying that there's nothing wrong with that, but I it's part of like I think part of that bigger question that I'm asking about um how much how much, for instance, is the job tied to the aspirational focus, you know?
Yeah.
And how much there can be like a disconnect between what's really the devotion, and then what even feels like just the outlet for like sort of just taking it easy and relaxing and releasing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of feels like, especially if you're breaking it down to the 3 sessions, that you're just chilling with it. Like you're just enjoying yourself. You're in like a free flow.
And yeah, that's the thing. Like being able, yeah, time constraint. Well, like I've done pieces where there have been time constraints. Like I was in art school. Like it was definitely a very challenging thing for me to do, and I will say it it helped me kind of like push kind of like the ability to really go through like maybe like the anxieties of how I might feel about set piece, and just kind of like I don't know when it's kind of like that analogy of like once you are given like a rule or a boundary, you just feel like naturally like press up against it in the sense that it kind of throws off your rhythm. Does it make sense?
I hear what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. And like I know that's not the intention behind some time constraints, whether that's like applying for an art show or whatnot, but like being able to like not have that constraint kind of like allows me to like have the ability to like really like not worry about it because it's something I wish I shouldn't worry about with time constraints, but like when it's presented towards me, like that's all I think about.
Yeah, because on one hand, like it's really great to have the pressure of like rising to an occasion,
Yeah.
you know, but like simultaneously, like the idea that you can't rush art, and I've been in that. I've caught myself so many times within my own art of like I gotta definitely slow down because like I'm not happy with how this is going right now, because like I'm so fucking like, you know, I'm like a bull in a china shop
Yeah.
with myself, and like I love that a lot of the time. But I know like it's calling for me to be a little bit like softer with my hand, and like the lines aren't as I, you know, blah 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 blah. And it's like not from a self condemnation, but again, like how much, you know, our canvas or our paper really holds a mirror to our current state of being.
Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm. No, it definitely just the concept of like deadlines in general and how that's created such a just a huge group of people who have been traumatized by it. Like whether that's just like going through college with deadlines of like essays and whatnot, or like with your job, like it creates like this sort of mental restraint to where you're like, oh fuck, this needs to get done, but I also want to actually do a good job at it. But like at the same time, like your anxiety or your feelings might like trick you into thinking like you're not doing it right too, where you, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. You know?
Yeah. I avoid that at all costs. I can't give myself permission to even fall victim to those traps.
Yeah.
Because I do think it's basically like a cultural identity that's based off of desperation to like there's just a whole other quality of like the human experience that is just so lost regarding like fluidity and flexibility because like the endless desire to put on a show and like that we need to like market it and broadcast it and this and this and that and that and I again like I do think it's intelligent to be able to like seasonally showcase things and like have an idea of like hey this is what's going on and like maybe that can give a little bit of gusto to get shit done but like if that's happening all the time and like that's the way and like it's no surprise that people are so fried with their nervous system and like their outcome is way deteriorated like the potential isn't rising into reality because people just are so like they're just coping with a really unhealthy relationship with time
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
and like that's even again that's part of the bigger like the bigger diplomatic approach of like you know how do artists that's at least where I'm coming from of like sort of the conversations that I believe that I'm having with different people about like how to access opportunity but like we're not doing it according to the bullshit structures that don't work for anybody
Yeah.
like if you want to value and you want to be supportive of artists in their own merit then like trust that they're doing exactly what they're saying that they're doing and like that it's about building momentum into something
Yeah.
you know
Yeah. It's a lot, dude.
yeah
Yeah.
well hey I think it all of this sort of naturally leads to the next question so how do you view the concept of healing
Ooh. Concept of healing. Yeah, just healing in general. Being able to recognize what what problem or trauma that might have been associated to a rougher time in your life and being able to heal from that. I think healing is such a necessary component in the terms of just being able to recognize what has been deduced in whatever situation you were put in that hurt you, and being able to take some of those components and learn from it, and more so, I think I think this ties back to the concept of just so being able to eventually surrender and accept that it happened or you were hurt that way, yes, but that was at a different time and you're able to move forward and heal that way.
yeah yeah do you feel like healing is a endless journey or do you think a person can be healed
Endless journey.
you don't believe that healing is accessible
Well, I feel like I, as fucked as this may sound, I find beauty in suffering. And what I mean by that is suffering is a catalyst for growth, and like whether that growth is wanted or not, you know, and like whether the suffering was intentional or not, it comes to the point where you need to surrender and be able to take in all the emotions that have happened and be able to process them in a healthy way. And like the way I do it personally is through creating art. And I feel like a lot of other artists employ it that way. Like being able to make peace with your suffering is the way to heal, in my opinion. So
So do you feel like suffering is a required component for the growth of a human?
I think suffering is just part of the human condition.
Do you feel like some suffering is avoidable by
Yes.
the decisions that we make for the sake of other people?
100%, but it's also inevitable at the same time.
So yeah, I think that's a great distinction to make regarding like the degree and severity of the suffering that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you know, there's a difference between suffering in an infirmary and um, being nursed and ever in rehabilitation
Yeah.
versus being exposed to the elements and being on a trail and like the legs are um like having Charlie horses and you're chafing and like the a storm is coming in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like that, in my opinion, like some suffering 100% is really like just the I think just the engorgement of the experience for the intensity of what we can push ourselves to,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And like that's very different than being like, being innocent and being unaware and being brought into like hyper traumatic experiences that are just like, oh, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
And what's going on right now?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then like there's no closure, there's no conversations, there's no accountability, and then everything is left up open for questioning of like what's actually happening, right? What's actually happening.
Yeah. And it's interesting because like going off of like just terms of suffering, like just with the mind and body and like being able to like recognize like the times where your body does need to heal, because like I feel like this kind of goes back to like your the importance you have with gut health and nutrition and how that can be an integral part of healing, and how that can not only just better your overall health but like your overall mentality as well. And I think everyone kind of has their own pace when it comes to it in terms of like being able to recognize that more and be more treating your body like a temple of sorts, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a really important theme about like just understanding the terms surrounding being a human, and like there's enough information accessible right now where we can be like hyper efficient within ourselves and like make no compromises within our own health, and like these different sort of states of mind that are cultivated by merit of prioritizing personal health.
Yeah.
you know
100%, man. And like just like the concept of healing, it it can be translated through so many different fields too, like whether that's with relationships or just traumas. Like it it's all in one way or another an immune response, right? Like whether that immune response is within the body or if that's more of an intangible concept. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, I really agree with that, and I think there's a lot of layers worth dissecting and looking at under the microscope regarding that concept and how important it is, even in my opinion, of like being an artist.
Yeah.
Regarding like again, because there's a unique quality of being an artist that again is tied to like different qualities of priesthood or like monastic life or like being a hermit, uh like in relation to society as it is, and like that there's a way like that is basically without argument that people can simultaneously exist and coexist within the things going on and also be very secluded and be within their own exploration.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, like the real litmus test I think that happens there is like how much is that internal process revealing general patterns within the human collective that allows for more unification and like deeper consideration for people that otherwise don't have that time.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's definitely it's a tricky process to just to heal in general, whether that's mental or physical, but it all boils down to the same concept, and it's just kind of giving yourself the space for it and being able to recognize like the the problems that are being had within your life and how how you're able to remedy it, you know.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that I really appreciate about you and the conversation that we've had up to this point. Just outside of being recorded, is just like all the different types of context that you've shared about your own approach and the things that are meaningful to you, like in light of your art, as well as the things that are separate from your art.
Yeah.
And I know that that's always an interesting bridging between the two.
Yeah.
But just for the sake of it being recorded, I feel like you kind of already answered it. But however you want, this is the second part of that question, and then we can move on if you like. How do you personally prioritize health in relation to creative expression?
Just being increasing my awareness of what my body needs. Like, there's been a long point in my life where I've just been stubborn, and what I mean by that is like being stubborn in the sense that my body has limits, and those limits increase as you get older. One example is kind of like sleep. Sleep is a big factor in it. Like being able, like kind of having that anxiety of thinking you don't have the time to put everything you want to do one day, so you sacrifice hours of sleep, which inadvertently decreases your health, and that more or less in many ways has impeded my progress in terms of becoming healthier, and I feel like I've been a lot better in terms of like recognizing when I'm actually tired and when I actually need the sleep, and just little things like that, be like increasing the awareness of like the habits I do and how it directly reflects my health.
Yeah, there's a lot to say, definitely.
Yeah.
And at least for my own reflection, even with the point that you made about sleep, and really just embracing periods of time that would otherwise be perceived as being manic.
Yeah.
Within my own cycles, but like knowing that they're a part of me, and just to be able to like ride those waves and stay up. And again, it's just like how different that might feel for you if you were living in a way where like you were living in like in order of your art, and like and being inside of your art all the time and being honored for you doing that, because like you're producing results in many different ways, and that's the vitality and the the invigoration that's fueling you, versus like, ah, damn it, I have all this energy and I can't sleep and my mind is racing, and I there's a part of me that definitely knows that it wants to be creating something, but I gotta go to this thing at 8 o'clock in the morning. You know?
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. And that's the thing is like, if I were able to have that opportunity to like to be able to create and nothing more, and and be compensated for it like fairly, like I feel like my relationship with sleep would be a little bit different in regards to where I would give myself more time to sleep, because I would just I would just come to the point where I'd be eating, sleeping, and creating, because when you put in the factor of having a 9 to 5 job working 40 hours a week, it kind of puts kind of a shackle on you in a sense that like, oh, I still have to play the game. I still have to abide by these rules. I still have to pay rent. I still have to pay for these bills. I still have to contribute in one way or another. And it's like, if that was somehow like a concept that was thrown away, and like once things do change and we're able to just be able to create and nothing more, that's a future I'm hoping for.
I mean, I can't help but feel that everything that you just said is really tied to the discomfort and like the sort of like carny, like carnival, deviousness within your style. I can't help but feel, because like, yeah, like underneath,
It's a mania. That's what it is. It's like,
yeah.
it's a mania of all of it, of just the accumulation of like, this is so fucked up, you know?
And this is the point that I'm making, is just like, imagine what would change within your own frequency, so to say, if like you were in a position where like you felt like it was, you were being treated fairly and that you were being seen, and that like this is a place by which you can really lean into beauty.
Yeah.
But of course, like, there's that um I think for something like that to take form, that there would also be like a requirement to really expand the idea of creation into different territories that otherwise are like really stretching on your own comfort zones.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
About like visualization and like concept.
100%, dude. And like, just kind of going off of just the mania associated with like, there's only so much I can do, to the point where hopefully I can get to that phase in my life where I'm able to make a decent enough income with my art to where I'm able to get rid of that shackle that is a 9 to 5 corporate job.
Do you feel like you're going to be able to do that independently, or do you think that you need to do that in conjunction with others?
It's more so I want to do it, because when you hot take, when you are able, if I were to go the other direction, there needs to be a compromise. There needs to be a understanding that like yes, you're able to access all these resources, but it might not be to the standards of what you.
I would argue against that point that you made, based off of the ability to access conversations with people, and but of course, like, it requires each person participating to lean into different relationships and the ability to trust in process, and
And that trust is hard to come by nowadays too. Like I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of artists, well, just people in general out there that are kind of more so looking out for themselves and whatnot. It creates kind of like this very restrictive, like society of sorts, to where I understand your frustration.
Yeah, and it's like even the sort of like what you just said really put like the brakes on the idea of cultivating anything with you, because you're wanting to be like a autonomous and independent artist that's doing it on your own.
Well,
you know?
like so for the like what I mean by that is like I'm wanting to collaborate with others while also establishing like my own independent like base of sorts.
Yeah, and this is part of like, again, the frustration in it all is like everybody wants everything,
Yeah.
and like that they don't want to see like what's being required regarding like commitments and trusting in other people, and like they want to be able to have like all the benefits of the risk without having any interest or involvement in the risk taking. And I can't help but always find humor in it because of what I believe that I witness within all of it. Um, and like, of course, like it's these types of conversations certainly are taking more with others, and like, I have a lot of patience for that entire process, but I do think, especially at this time, that it's because of how flooded the art world is with artists that don't have a message and they don't have anything that's really relevant, but they're making really cool stuff. But like they're sort of seeking their own way to maintain further further hyper isolation.
Yeah.
That um that it's because of the fact that they're falling into even a pattern of what is an artist without generating a new conversation, that again, like if we look through time, like all great artists and even great inventors and like Renaissance people had to take critical steps to do things very differently to make the points of like that this is valid.
Yeah, and kind of going off of just what I was saying about like me wanting to be independent, I was more so kind of relating to like your concept of like an incubator of sorts. So like having that like shared like community space and whatnot. Like I I'm 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 open to like supporting that, but not being like directly within it. Like so to say, like I I I'm more so open to that opportunity to like set something up like that. So if there are others who are willing to be a part of it, be be able to immerse themselves in it, I'd be more than happy to like try to facilitate that. It's just more so like I have my personal preference of having my own space, having my own things, just being in the comfort of my own home. Um, and I know there's probably some disagreement with that because that's just that's basically what this system's based off of, just kind of like that hyper independence that breeds just kind of like ignorance between one another to where we have all these issues that are happening now.
But you're identifying with that.
Like I'm identifying in the sense that like I'm still playing the game, like I said, like, but I also want to be able to like like surface surface from the ocean of it. That's not the best analogy for it, but just being able to like simultaneously help the community to where it if it ever gets to the point where it where I do feel comfortable within it, I would be willing to be a part of it. But I know there's a lot of things about there's a lot of risk involved in terms of like being part of like an incubator of sorts, in my opinion, to where I just don't feel comfortable currently to be a part.
Yeah, it's definitely a big conversation, and something that like it definitely like boils my blood when I give a shit around like hypocrisy and like contradiction.
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean? And like it's just it gets yeah, it's just like this whole fucking thing regarding so many things about like I love my ability to be who I am and do the things that I do, and um like it's like hooray, you did it. Like that's how I feel with, and it's like okay, all like I'm definitely in my movements of like just trying to poke and prod and see like where there's any vitality for inclusion or collaboration or like wanting to get out of bubbles and get out of like security, to see that there's like a bigger sense of security that's outside of those like coping mechanisms.
Well, what does that look like to you? I know you explained it, but like just kind of being able to like
Yeah, because I mean, like even as you know, like I have obviously all of my art that I, like I'd love to cultivate, and part of my whole like journey is definitely seeing how my own style develops, and like even within that incubator concept, as an example of like all artists that would already be interested in that would already have their own um like into independent and like integrated approach to their own art that gives them the sense of vitality and allows for them to take that type of risk. And like I think what often happens for me, certainly when I'm moving in between different conversations with different people, that it allows for me to really sit and process and reflect and connect and consider different angles by really dropping in with my art and giving myself the time and prioritizing that.
yeah.
And then like in my eyes, like that what would be a really fruitful and healthy like perspective in that is that there would be a huge body of artwork that would be created amongst that collective during like incubator periods, where then like a grand concept as a collective would be agreed upon, where like we're driving momentum into this next big engagement, and it's not like a show and tell, but it's like hey, like we want to get property, for example, where like we're like again like in the concept of the incubator, that like it would get to a point where it would be just a simple functioning type of artist collaborative space where there'd be kitchen and there'd be like bathrooms with showers, but you can't live there,
Yeah.
and like be like big communal spaces for even just like having different experimentation with interviews and concept design, and then like from that would be like hey, this is what we're trying to do, we're trying to secure this land in this particular area, and we're trying to bring other components of the cultural societal conversation into that space so that we can start to incorporate like sustainable practices. And like we're not trying to like pretend like within 1 year that we're going to be able to grow enough food for everybody to live off of, but like we're building into the place where we're starting to approach like all of the factors of our existence from a place of a genuine connection to it, and like all of the art that we've produced and created, like all that's being purchased is going to this aim, right? So then there's a collective bank where like all the resources are being generated, and everybody within the structure would like have access to what they need for as long as they're being honest and they're like seeing the value in simplicity, and they're not trying to like over engorge with this like absurd
sense of self.
Yeah, and that you see that's the thing. Like, there have been concepts of like collaborative spaces.
Don't insult me with this right now, man.
I'm not insulting.
Because you know that I've considered a lot of different designs and many different, and I've seen them myself, and I know
Yeah.
that almost all of them fail because of qualities of greed and competition that are tied to the
Well, how do you think we can overcome that?
um again by merit of having conversations based off of the fact that it's 2026 and like all of this is coming to light, and like people that are in positions of privilege and affluence and access to resources are really lost within their own trauma, and that they don't even see like the way for them to make sense of relationships, and like they're lost truly in like a real connection with humanity because like they have money as like a false equation, like a false equity to being of a high quality of life, when there's so many different components that are definitely being called into consideration and integration that are like not only like really known and felt deeply from like our perspective, like from artists perspectives, that they've not only looked at that and considered it and integrated it, but they've created new ways to approach problems. You know, like for me, like I'm not trying to I'm not trying to convince anybody about anything,
Yeah.
but I'm very confident based off of the journey that has been from here to here, that like I've learned a lot about how to look at problems and how to functionally approach them and give time for the adjustments. And like again, like yeah, like I'm not interested in having conversations with fucking bullshit artists that are venture capitalists that are like trying to pretend like they're supportive of artists until you sign a contract and then they got your balls by a vice, and then it's just like I'm not playing that.
Yeah.
Like I'm not doing that. And like I'll pull everything to the ground before I even give a cent of anything that I'm creating to a greedy dickhead.
Fair.
You know?
Yeah, and it's there's a lot of weight behind what you just said, and I understand like how it truly boils you to.
Because I know even with galleries, like you try to put your art up and they take 40% off. It's like, what the fuck kind of insult is that?
There was a point, like there was a previous art collector. I think I told you about it, Propaganda HQ. They were the only people that did not take any. All there was a one time $35 booth fee. Then you had the option to put one artwork up in their gallery, and that that was pretty self sufficient for the first like 6 to 7 months until the owner did some really unspoken shit.
Yeah, I've heard about this whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's recognizing the time that we're living in, and like we need to integrate socialism and communism into our own definitions of how that works, and the affluent and privileged class are so bloated with their own delusions that they are starved of culture and connection, and they can't make that happen with money.
No.
But they can make it happen with money if they're like wanting to collaborate with artists and like honor that we have something to share beyond just some fucking feedlot bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And I feel like you've ran into those people before, like the lady you had lunch with the other day. Like she, like from my understanding, she's very affluent herself.
Well, I want to keep things in their appropriate containers, and yes, there's two people in my mind who I believe are artists and creative, uh, that are also approaching things from the other side of the river, and like part of the art is bridging the gap through like honest and transparent diplomacy, but knowing that everybody is challenged with trusting, and there's a lot of reasons why artists historically are um perceived to be unpredictable, because like artistry definitely goes hand in hand with like mental problems and emotional ambiguity, and often like a deterioration of physical health, because like they almost always are artists like outcomes of like really deep abuse, you know what I mean? And like a lot of self-hatred is tied to the expression, and I think that's been part of a historical narrative um underlying a lot of artists. And of course, like there's always the outliers that are also like part of the inbred elite class that then have like a golden autistic child that has free access to all the paints and have all the time in the world to make art, you know? And that's a whole other conversation. And like, you know, it's really rich territory about art history, especially when we consider who are the ones that are claiming the authority of writing that narrative.
Yeah. No, it's a really intriguing thing, and just kind of going off of like, I also understand like the frustration like behind like just the amount of hypocrisy that is there, and like even me being a part of it. Like I'm fully aware that like I feel like I inhibit those traits as well with being a part of the society and just like the current system that is. And it's just it's more, it really just boils down to fear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's it. You
Yeah.
know? And it's just like, again, it's always humorous. Of like everybody I connect with and talk with is just like, Matt, such a great idea. I wish you the best of luck, bud. And like, dude, I really want that to happen. I'd love to be a part of it. But like only when it's already established, and dude, fucking good luck. We all need that.
Yeah.
And like it sucks because this society, what are we gonna do about it?
Yeah.
And it's like, damn. If only there was participation in like a shared dream. You know?
Yeah. I no, it's a lot of emotion to be had, and like I want to come to the point of like really trying to understand you, and like just be able to recognize that like that frustration is very real and very like hope, because it just it seems like you're, to you probably feel like you're just running in circles at that point, and
You know, it's just the interaction with people's own endless programming and patternization of like I don't feel like I'm running in circles, but I think I'm interacting with people that are spinning in circles. You know?
yeah.
And again, it's just like, you know, well, what else am I gonna do? But just create an interview series and, you know, bringing the conversation like closer to home about like,
I think you're going the right direction with it.
yeah.
Like I truly like this interview series in general. It's like I think like your your persistence is what matters. You know.
Maybe. I think participation is what's most important.
Yeah.
But like again, like cause I like the last thing I want to do is posture in like identity of independence where this is just another fucking bullshit talking head of like having more messaging into the ether about like the
Without any action
idea.
being had,
Yeah, and
yeah.
like again, it's just like it like it doesn't. I think it's worth it to pry into the spaces of different artist minds, but it's always like an interesting point to hit, like where they're really like limited and like where they feel like it's the bedrock, but there's so much more beyond that.
Well, like on a more lightning note, let me give you an insight of Alpaca. Carl's also part of it. Um, like there is that energy of kind of what you're wanting there. However, it's been construed and kind of like uh, it it's it's unfortunate because like I really did see a lot of potential within it because like with we have a show that we're gonna be a part of, and we're just gonna see where it ends up after the show because there were these grand plans of like really making it massive, like really kind of creating like a collaborative space to where people can like like a shared kitchen, like you said, a shared communal space. Like there was talks of that, like in the very early like development days of Alpaca, and like that potential's still there, but there's just a lot of like you said, a lot of tension and hypocrisy, like that has been kind of nestled within it, to where it's like it feels at this point uncertain. But I will say, like the show I'm going to be a part of, like I am I am contributing a lot to it in the sense that like I'm in charge of hanging all the artwork, and like I've been I've been told to make a mock-up to like really just get like the layout in, and like there's a whole process that's going behind this show, and we're all doing it for free. We're all but this we're all doing it as a charitable act because we want to propel all these other artists forward in terms of like being able to create in that sense and like be able to expose other artists that way.
Yeah, and I feel one of the reasons why, because man, I've been traveling for a long time, and I've always had an affinity towards artists, and it's always a love hate, and like why even at this point where I'm like, let's really, I'm gonna get in there and fucking bang around and stir the pot and see what's really going on, because I'm kind of tired of what I'm seeing amongst artists of like they're they're actually ironically falling into adolescent patterns of behavior without even seeing how fruitless the aims are, because like they're wanting it all and not wanting to put their balls on the fucking on the line regarding like this is what we're doing with this effort collectively, as opposed to like we all want to make money so that we can uh do this and exist in this society, and please help us do that, you know? And like I think one of the reasons why a lot of art movements currently are failing from a grassroots perspective is that it's not tied to a bigger relevant aim that people can cheerlead and be involved as much as they can, but the least they can do is like often buy art, and then it hangs in their home as like a reflection of something being done in real time that's hopeful, that is like geared towards a integrative approach to communal design. That like by merit of them just, hey, you don't have to be an artist, and like you don't need to be a pioneer, and like but like if you see the value of at least beginning to shape conversation to different things, because like we're in for a shock with how things are going, and if we don't start to fucking pick it up a little bit, not from a desperation, but just be like, cool, this is the time to be alive, and make sense of these bigger things, because like obviously these ideas, as meritorious and noble as they are, they're just not enough because they're not really being supported by the universe to go anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and like we're the disparity between like property owners and that class of elites, and for like us peasants to even be able to get our foot in the door anywhere,
it takes so much of our cumulative effort to be able to get money, you know, versus again, like if you're having conversations with people that are in different connections and different networks, and like that they are genuinely altruistic and they're wanting to help people that are genuinely trying to help not only themselves but other people, that I think that that conversation would lead to people exploring good-natured actions,
Mhm.
you know, because of like that it's already been established as the foundation and the framework that this is like in the aim of like an enduring pursuit that is like tied to lifestyle and the integration of things, and like we're not just trying to be fucking bums smoking joints and working on art, kind of like that we're seeing the opportunity that's given to us to like rise to the occasion and really check ourselves and check how a relationship is being developed, and like how do we again like even in those different ways, like how do we confront like the business mind and the corporate mind, that like we begin to be malleable with that and incorporate that within ourselves and show that there's just better ways of doing it because it's from a more inclusive perspective.
Yeah, and like the way you see how it's, from my understanding, you all, it feels like you already have like an understanding of how that can be approached. How would you say that could be approached? Like, is there like a sort of sacrifice other people have to make in order to like create like your vision?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's again just like a recognition of like these are the common tension points within everybody's nervous system that keeps them from really releasing from that and coming into better patterns of not only expression but also like approach to life. And like housing is a big fucking problem. And I'm glad that I've, decided when I've decided to live this way because I saw it coming, and it's it's just an unreasonable generational burden that is so delusional in the idea that it's even reasonable and fair. And if people like again, if like first things first of like wanting to maybe simplify and consolidate and maybe compromise with some like nicety for the sake of going into a different space with different people and like having your own space and being able to make the most of that and considering like what life might look like in that type of environment,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and like what is being offered by access to such like opportunity while um calling for more of an efficiency or simplicity is like basically what I'm talking about. And then again, like giving it space for the integration and having conversation about what's going on, but not being like all about like, oh, tell me about your feelings, like what are then the next steps that we're setting on the horizon from that place, and like what are we building towards, and like how are we using that to sort of fuel our inspiration within the tank, and again build camaraderie and build teamwork, and again call accountability, and really like even the themes that you were bringing up before about like with cartoons and things of like really opening that realm of possibility further, while also it being like grounded and based in physics.
Yeah.
um and I like first things first, like I think what would basically be necessary is certainly for other people that are curious and interested and like willing to be pioneers in that realm, that are like really interested in it and not just like wanting to hear about it and then being like, oh, maybe I'll repost on Instagram.
Would you say that like the way you're living your life would be like the direction that others should be taking, or
I mean, in terms of just like how definitely like for me, like because of how simple my life is, like any any opportunity where I have my own space and I can like open up and have a desk and a table, like that would be like such a huge increase in quality of life and access that for me like that's no sacrifice. Like I'm willing, that's why I'm willing to be like so endearing for like this collective thing because I do believe it's tied to like a lot what a lot of people are wanting, you know? But for me like it's really a good idea for many different reasons. And like simultaneously again, like I share with you like um like my partner and her daughters are moving here and like they'll have their own home and like I love to live with them and share space with them, but I know that for myself because of how like fluid and dynamic and like how much I'm unrestricted within my time that I have opportunity to open up into interactions with people and conversations with people that otherwise wouldn't be able to have that amongst each other, so that I can connect dots and see like what is the common interest and the common themes that are happening. And then like I think it's part of like the responsibility of like a catalyst in those ways to then bridge the gaps between like closely oriented people that are already in a common theme to then have like a proposal or like a mission statement that then they're willing to show to interested parties that are curious about incubators for like a different approach to business culture, you know, and like that has to do with lifestyle. And like if anybody is suffering or struggling within nutrition and exercise and um like different meditations or again like all of these base things, like because of the way that I do things, I think I'm very like adept and skilled in sitting with anybody and sharing just simple approaches. But I'm not gonna be standing upon this like dictatorial uh podium and claiming that like I'm the shining example of what I'm talking about. But it's like mostly like how do we interface with each other's lifestyles? How do we call into account like maybe where we maybe need more refinement, maybe where there's more opportunity for growth, because like that's a part of us is a deeper part of us is really desiring that. And it doesn't feel like you're sitting with a teacher or a doctor, but rather like a friend or a brother who understands,
yeah,
and has kind of gone through those things.
no, and that definitely gives me a lot more clarity into like what your desires are for like being able to create a collaborative incubator of sports and kind of stray away from the already failing methods that are within our society and being able to pioneer that. I do understand that that's very important. I I just for me personally, I like just being able to like ease into it, so to say, like over time, where it becomes more understanding for me to where I'd be a lot more open to sacrificing and like being able to simplify.
Yeah, I mean that's again like even in all that like knowing for sure that this is not happening next month. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I can't work with it if you for example are saying like that's a hard no for me, man, I'm gonna pass. Versus like that you're curious about because it really is like knowing that the conversation is the only way that we can open up the doors and like let it continue to flow and like that even in this it's just like it is allowing for you to consider new approaches and new considerations that maybe have been outside of like what you see as cultural relevant context
where like it's easy to see me as a traveling guy that's been doing it for 12 years that just doesn't know that these things are already happening, but they're failing of like abysmal.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, I'm totally aware. Like I've been to art shows, and I know how much of it is a facade and how much of it is a con. It's a con artist show, because like the people that are running the house are the only ones really making money at the end of the day in a strange way, because like people people coming into it assume because there's price tags and the art's on the walls and there's music and that people are socializing that art's being sold, but I really don't think oftentimes that any art is even being sold at all.
Well, that's the thing. It's just kind of like this whole system that's in place is like it's a sickness of sorts in the sense of like once like an artist gets a taste of that of like the possibility of being able to like utilize that, they just become part of the system, you know, and as opposed to like taking that alternative approach to where it's like truly collaborative and whatnot. It it all it always boils down to the individual. Like one single piece of domino can just disrupt the whole thing.
Right, and that's why again, like accountability and transparency is so important. And like you better believe like you know enough about me at this point where like
Oh,
I'm
you
not.
better believe that I'm transparent too.
Yeah, well, I know we're having this conversation, and like we got through some bumpy points, and I
Yeah.
feel like yeah, like as expected with my interactions with Shane, it's just like that you're listening and that you're interfacing with the things that I'm sharing with you. And like you better believe like I don't like I believe that I have a lot of patience, but I really have zero tolerance for bullshit. And like dude, I know I can smell it a mile away with a lot of artists when they're full of shit.
Mhm.
And of course, like then some artists get a little bit closer, and like you can but when you're like when you're interfacing with them, and like when it really comes down to like where does the rubber meet the road, and like what are we doing with these conversations, that I do think a lot of people um again are like strangely fixated in conceptualization and theory and talk, that they
Rather than
never even think
application,
about like
yeah.
what it looks like to really do these things.
Yeah.
And like what I'm trying to do and piece it together is like these, like one thing at a time, but certainly like we have to be able to be compatible with the dialogue and like sort of feel refreshed in the idea that this is going to be like its own like experiment of ourselves and with others about like really wanting to see where our trigger points are and being totally vulnerable, but like not being overwhelmingly like just an obnoxious dickhead, and like being able to like receive feedback when like we're maybe going a little bit too much because like we've never had access to that type of freedom, and being able to cool it and like not feel humiliated, like just be able to just be more dynamic and see it as like, hey, it's just really a part of the suppressed human condition that has been avoided and neglected for so long. So like these types of things are expected to happen, but they need to happen somewhere, and like if we're artists and we're recognizing like a part of ourselves is the ability to predict like pattern recognition, like it will translate into bigger things by having a like that type of incubator of sorts, because it's really wanting to get to the root of mental health, emotional health, and physical health,
Yeah.
and how that translates into our expression.
Well said, dude. Seriously. I like these conversations like I I I love talking about them, and I can also like simultaneously understand how they can be difficult to like wade through because it hits pressure points like you've been doing with all your previous interviews because there there's gonna be pushback and like pushback from pushback from me even, and I think it's just more of like, yeah, I don't know, I'm just gonna keep it simple, like I cannot make any promises, but I'm still willing to maintain a connection, friendship of sorts, to where we can still collaborate and create with each other.
Yeah. Well, the interview is still happening, so that's happening, and we can talk about that.
No,
Again, it's like there's a lot of different angles. There's certainly a lot of different angles, and like I do feel very strongly about the like the different the different pulls and pushes from pharmaceuticals, and like how much that in different psychological and emotional ways sort of impairs an ability from accessing like different tension within themselves because of like the idea of rationality. Um, and like it's like I'm saying that to you, of course, because I'm talking to you, but I believe it's part of a bigger pattern that is part of the grander disparity.
Yeah.
And I think we live in really nutritive times to really change the game within our own qualities of life for as long as we're able to really like lean into it and kind of get over the fatalistic ideas of a brittle nature and a brittle like brittle relationships that have no fluidity and have no buoyancy and have no give and have no take and don't want to like press the limits upon what that means.
Yeah.
So I'll say that. I don't know, do you have anything in response?
That's something I gotta digest, honestly. Like, it's definitely oh man, yeah, just like with pharmaceuticals, it's like you you got these positives and you got these negatives, but like it also I I I see your point in the sense that like being able to like get rid of all those like constraints to where you're able to like really put in the work within yourself without the needs of a fucking bill, you know. It's
Yeah, because that becomes your God, and then
Yeah.
we can learn a lot from the Nuremberg trials and how this is a continuation of the Third Reich, and we live in the Fourth Reich now,
yeah,
and it's a different form of depravity that is very present.
yeah,
But that doesn't mean that it should be normalized, and it's the unfortunate reality um, about where things are at versus where things could be.
yeah,
And like again, like the bizarre time in which everybody wants to be a part of it, only after it's
established.
it.
Yeah.
Well, here's in light of you having to digest all of that, here's a little digest. What truly moves / inspires you to be an artist?
Oh man. Uh, the people I've met along the way, as cliche as that sounds, like whether that person is an artist or not, it mostly is. There's just been like the amount of artists I've kind of like been in awe of, like how they're able to like really tap into the pure creative output a human can possibly make. Like even looking back at master painters like Michelangelo, like Picasso, like just like they they came to the point where they were able to kind of drown out all the other aspects of life to really just hone in on their own craft. And that's such a huge sacrifice to make in terms of like really kind of like what you're saying, becoming a hermit and like really focusing on your art. And in a way, I do resonate with that, and I feel like there will be there will become a point in my life where I would probably be where you're at, and I'm like, fuck this. I just want to create and collaborate. And then, like, that's kind of what inspires me in the sense of like being able to meet individuals like you, for example, and like just like Dax Norman, another phenomenal artist. I know you've only had a brief conversation with him, but I feel like there is a lot of opportunity to be had to have conversations with him. But kind of just going off of that my previous answer, just the amount of people that I've met in person, seen online, cartoons I watched, video games I've played, like it's this huge um, amalgamous mass of inspirations that keep me driving forward, to, that keeps telling me don't give up, you know? And like I feel like I've came to the point of no return with my art. And what I mean by that is I don't see myself stopping. Like like the way I see myself stopping is equivalent to my own death.
Well, I would say that you haven't met it yet, but you are approaching that like leap of faith where you really put your put your money where your mouth is,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. We'll see when that happens.
But I think again, like you're 29 years old, and a lot happens over the years, and I think that you're even with Dax as an example, there's like the introduction of that conversation around brotherhood and like being able to uh, be malleable around how the future is going to show itself because you never know what's around the corner. And like just as much as like if you didn't have your head up and you weren't like open to the idea of us having a conversation the first day that we met when you were working on your inverted art piece, like we wouldn't be here today.
Exactly.
And I think that's a testament of its own nature. And again, like, what you're even speaking about, what truly moves and inspires you to be an artist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's the connections that make it worth it.
How would you define your relationship with the source of inspiration?
Um, really, my relationship with it is uh nourishing. It's nourishing.
It scares you a little bit.
It does scare me a bit. It's nourishing, but it is terrifying at the same time. Like like being
I feel like I scare you a little bit.
you do.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you definitely
I'll
do.
be
And
playful
I'm not afraid to admit that. And like and I'm gonna be as transparent as long as the day I fucking die, dude. It's like whether that does create friction or like bumpy parts or even even like moments of like contradictions or hypocrisy that I might even be doing. It's like what really it boils down to is I truly think well not I think I am being genuine.
I feel that's the case. And I feel like I brought up a lot of points in this conversation that a lot of people otherwise that really strongly identify with trauma and they have a victim mindset and that they cope with all the narratives about what pharmaceuticals are, that they would be really up in arms and very defensive about the things that I'm talking about,
Mm-hmm.
And with my interview series, like very so far, like very rarely would I say artists are really like broaching a lot of these conversations, and it's more about just getting a sense of like where artists' intentions are, you know. But there's that whole other quality of accountability that goes with like cognizance and the capacity to rationalize, because then like it's like the decisions that you're making are like you're aware of what you're doing, and like that you're aware also that consequences might come of it, you know.
100%. Yeah.
um
It can be a delicate dance for sure. Just kind of like the pushback some artists can have with like these types of conversations, and how like coping seems like the easier path to take than actually doing something about it.
yeah, yeah, coping is a very strange phenomenon. It's a heavy mask.
It's very human too, I feel like.
I feel like it's very it's a wounded animal
Yeah.
technique more than human,
Okay.
you know.
So you are more so saying it's like animalistic in nature.
I think coping is tied to a survival impulse,
Okay.
um, based off of desperation and like a desire to get away from pain and
Yeah.
then address it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what basically coping is.
Yeah. No, and oh man, I can go on forever about coping too, and it's like being able to like coping equates comfort in the sense that like when you have that pain, when you just are so sick of like I feel like a lot of people have a hard time of like being able to utilize that pain into something positive, and they more so soak in it to where it creates like this very negative self image about that said person.
You know, it's even stranger, like, you know, from my approach to the art world and just sort of what I see about like sort of like the just like use the word like hoodlum, you know, or like vagrant types of things of like people identify with the abuses that have been done against them as justification for their own destruction and claiming it to be creative.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, that's well put, dude. Like it's more so like being able to like more so reflect it and like portray it in a sense that you're not like playing along with the systems that created that.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I don't know. It's
You know. Oh, you know.
yeah, I know. It's hard pill to swallow, metaphorically. Yeah. Yeah, definitely is, dude.
Well, hey, it's really good that you're being so honest about it, and I think this is a really I think it's just a really healthy space to even share together.
Likewise.
And I think it is even just more reinforcing, um, like what I really believe that I see within your art, and like how like your own style, in my eyes, based off of the decisions that you make, of course, but like in like the generative pursuit within yourself to strive for better ways and sort of arrive to a state of beyond survival, but like you're thriving, you know, and that like there's that new security base that like that nothing can ever take that away from you, because like you know the people that you're involved with are compatible and they've gone through enough bullshit and like they're tired of the games, and that they have enough of a sensitivity and a sensibility without being hyper reactive
Yeah.
or dismissive of new information, that they can sort out like when there's just an obvious representation that is still bound within chaos or insecurity. And that, again, like that is part of the thing. But like if we're anyway, man, I don't want to keep on selling it, but it brings me to the next question. What do you view, or how do you view the concept of community?
Um, being able, the concept of community, I feel like it can be very fluid in the sense of kind of like the collective ideologies a lot of people might have in a certain location, right? Like, I feel like to just kind of boil it down to an example, like with a lot of the artists that are here in the city, we all come from similar walks of life, like to where like they might have felt oppressed and like their way to fight the oppression or whatever pain they may be dealing with is with expression and being able to come together as a group is what I think community is like. And it doesn't just have to be through art. It can be through many other aspects of life, whether that's through like jogging or like just any passion, any passion that can like be incorporated together to create a group is what I think community is. Like, like, and then I feel like there's a different community in the sense of like the town you grew up in. That's more surface level, right? Like, yeah, it can definitely like dive into deeper levels if it's like more of a smaller town and you know like the chef at your local bar or like you're dating like your high school math teacher's daughter, just shit like that. Like there's different like aspects of different levels of community that can be portrayed, and kind of the community I sort of focus on is the one that I'm currently a part of.
With Alpaca.
With Sketching Thursdays,
Hmm.
I have more of a resonance with them as opposed to Alpaca.
Okay.
How important is community to you in relation to your creative expression?
Very important. I There was a point where I didn't think it was important. I felt like I just I had so much distrust with people when I was younger because of all just kind of all the stuff I've been through, and even the wrongful actions I took, and kind of like being able to like work through that to the point to get where I'm at now. And because of that, it's created a higher priority for me to be involved into a community like that. Because being able to lift each other up is like, I feel like the only way to like truly like be like whatever you think the term successful is, you know?
Does community drive your future vision?
Does community drive my future vision? Yes, it does. It does drive my future vision, as intimidating as it can be sometimes, because there are times where I just want to be by myself and be with my own art, but like being able to jump into it, jump back into it every so often, and still like recognize that that community is still there and I'm still contributing to it. Like, just I feel like everyone has the right to go at their own pace when it comes to community, and that's kind of like how I view it. Some people might find more of an urgency towards it, that like it needs to happen now, this and that, but like the it does really drive my future vision for art in the sense of I have a lot of opportunities for collaborations, and I have been collaborating with other artists, and I would love to collaborate with you one day, as that would be an extreme honor. Just not only in the sense of like being able to connect further that way, but really see how our styles can like bounce off each other.
Yeah, let's after we're done recording this, let's definitely get into that and see what steps we can take from right here to make that happen.
Okay.
What would you say is your future vision in relation to your art?
Just the same the same agenda I've had with my art is to make people feel seen, to make people understand that vulnerability isn't a bad thing. As uncomfortable as it may be. And like I hope that with the the art I create, I can have certain people look within my pieces and maybe them discover a part of themselves that they feel is vulnerable, and being able to recognize that vulnerability that they have and be able to utilize it to incorporate it into a passion that they make love.
That's a beautiful aim with your art as it stands currently.
Thank you.
And I would say that you are ripe for a lot of new information to come into your life that will be really opening the space for your 30s.
Yeah.
And again, it's the beauty of the dynamicism, and even what you shared about, like, how much it sounds like you're really dissolving the concepts of community, and like what has been done against you, and how much that's tied to your own desire for isolation and independence, and your own self-defined stability, and that you're simultaneously desiring to be collaborative and conjoined and seeking compatibility in the ebbs and flows of the life cycle.
Yeah. It's hard to have like all my hands in all those bowls sort of thing. Like, but I truly believe that like I'm able to achieve that. Like, kind of being able to simultaneously like have my moments where I want to be independent, but also have my moments where I'm able to be a part of something bigger than myself.
Well, speaking of, I did share with you that I was going to finish that art before that interview series, that our interview together, and I finished that piece of art, and I'd love to
Let's see,
publicly, display it. Not to pull attention away from you before
No.
before I grab it. Would you mind sharing like where people can find you?
Yeah. So I go off the name of Funky Ink. That's FUNKEEINK. You can find it on Instagram. I regularly post on there. Then I have a TikTok, at Shane, SHANE class, PLAS. And yeah, I very looking forward to seeing this piece, dude.
Well, I'll have all that linked on
Okay.
on the video.
Awesome.
But here is well, I'll let you see it first, actually.
Holy shit, dude.
But yeah,
Incredible.
it's I called it let's talk about it.
You know? Beautiful name for it.
That's pretty wild, actually.
hey,
Now let's look at it. Now it's breathing out here.
Well,
That's pretty crazy.
let's talk about it, dude.
No, well,
like what was like the final hours of creating this piece? What was going on in your head when you're doing it? Like, what, like, how many hours did you put into it?
I don't know. I started it on January 27th, and I was in Austin, and I finished it February 19th, and then technically I did the finishing touches on it on February 20th. But I mean, even in that, like this was when I finished it on the 19th. Like we had sat and chatted at Buzzmill, and then I brought it out and started working on it. And I went in to take a piss, and my buddy just Sean was sitting there, and we started chatting. And then he came out and sat with me, and it got too late for him, so he left. And then there was a group of guys that were having a conversation, and like some buzzwords kept on floating that was kind of calling me to talk with them. So I talked with them for about 2 hours, and then it got too cold or too late and too cold for them, so they left. And then I went over and sat at a different picnic table, and then was just sitting there until 2:30, and then this artist named Sire came in, who's like a musician and like this black dude and like from the Bronx and like a whole story. And I ended up interviewing him on Friday, and we talked for about two hours or so, and then it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, dude, I just want to be able to, I let's talk on Friday. I'm gonna just focus on trying to get this done because I don't think I'll be able to leave. So 5:30 in the morning on Thursday I finished it, and then Friday, I think it was Friday. Was that the point?
Yeah, I was pretty sure.
Yeah, Friday. So I just like sat at the park bench near where I slept and just did the final details on the dots and stuff. But yeah, it's like even in that, it's just like this is all a consideration of like how spontaneous this interview series is and how much it's given me more allowance to just like really expand and exercise my social muscles and really test the limits of like where the conversation is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And again, like these questions and just so it was more just like my own like deeper meditation and deeper devotion to the conversations. You know?
Hell yeah. Incredible work, honestly. Like the I don't know, just the amount of detail and like time that's needed for a piece like this. It kind of it just reflects the patience you have for your craft.
Thanks, man. Yeah. I'll probably just I'll have it like on my website or something of just like its own. I'll get it scanned and I'll have it as the digital for anyone that's curious about it. But I didn't want to make it. I didn't want to make this interview about this at all. But Shane was. We were talking, and you were wanting for me to do that, and so
Yes.
really again, and I appreciate that.
No, definitely like you gotta understand that like your art is just as important as the people you're interviewing, and like being able to connect that way is what matters, dude.
Yeah. Well, with all that said, Shane, hey, great
Pleasure.
sitting with you, man.
Yeah, great sitting with you.
And for everyone else, thanks for sitting with it and riding it through. I hopefully, for anyone that has even came to the conclusion of this, I'm certain that they probably feel a connection with who you are as an artist, and maybe have a desire to connect and see what else is going on.
Yeah, I hope so too, man.